Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Good morning. My name is Yuko Ishihara. So, um, and I'm one of the organizers for today's workshop. So thank you all for joining, first of all. Thank you especially to the speakers who are with us today. So the title of the workshop is Exploring Play, Interplay of Mind and Reality. So it's organized by myself. Um, so I'm a philosopher at Ritsumeikan University, and the co-organizer is Katsumasa, sorry, Katsumasa Miyazaki-san from Hokkaido University. And this workshop is supported by the JSPS grant for Transformative Research Areas A. So that's 学術変革領域研究 A, titled Phenomenology of Qualia Structure. So I have this Qualia background behind me. The director, the principal investigator of this grant is Taguchi Shigeru Sensei from Hokkaido University. He's also the director of CHAIN, which is the Center for Human Nature, Artificial Intelligence, and Neuroscience. So today we have several speakers from the side of CHAIN and Hokkaido University, and we've also this is also co-organized together with CHAIN by Cross Labs. The director is here with us, Olaf Witkowski. He'll be giving the final talk, I believe, for today, this afternoon. And so yeah, I am the co-investigator for this grant, and Miyazaki-san is a research assistant, and both of us happen to be working on this topic of play. We're both philosophers, coming from the phenomenological background, and so we said, why don't we organize something on play? So we're hoping that this will be the first of a series of events related to play. And really the aim of this workshop today is to explore the nature of play from an interdisciplinary perspective. So we've got people working in philosophy, different areas of philosophy, including phenomenology, hermeneutic phenomenology, ecological philosophy, and activism. We have people working in cognitive science, psychology, design, computer science, and AI. So we're hoping that by bringing in these various different perspectives and approaches, we'll be able to, by the end of the day, hopefully get a better understanding of play, or at least move towards beginning to understand play from a more holistic kind of perspective. So let's see. Yeah, we still have just a bit of time. So I thought rather than me introducing all the speakers, it would be nice if everyone just says a bit about yourself, just your affiliation and your background. And as in terms of what you'll be talking about, we can do that during your talk. But just to get an idea of where you're coming from. This is the first time everyone is meeting. Unfortunately, not in person, but yeah. So I guess I'll start. So I am an associate professor at the College of Global Liberal Arts in Ritsumeikan, and I'm a philosopher. My background is in Japanese philosophy, mostly working on the Kyoto school tradition, modern Japanese philosophy, and also phenomenology. So I've been working on the philosophy of play for the past few years now. I have a what is that called? The Wakate grant that's related to Kyoto School philosophy and play. So this is the area of the topic that I've been really excited about. So let's see. Maybe Miyazaki-san, can you introduce yourself and a bit of your background?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm Katsumasa Miyazaki, and I am a third year's PhD student. So now I'm struggling with writing a lot, and yeah. So my main interest is on the play, and yeah. But now I mainly studying the Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy. And so, yeah, and I should have said that I also belong to the chain and in Hokkaido. So, yeah, and yeah. So today I want to talk with you about what is play and how we play in the everyday world. So yeah, maybe that's all for my introduction. So
Great. Thank you. Somiya Sensei, can you please introduce a bit about yourself?
Hi, how do you do? My name is Masayoshi Somiya. I'm a member of Center for Human Nature, Artificial Intelligence, and Neuroscience in Hokkaido University. I'm a postdoctoral fellow, and my research interest is in the field of an ecological approach to perception and action, and founded by American famous perceptual psychologist James J. Gibson. I have been examining the philosophical implications of this approach by considering the nature of the perception and action and philosophical question of the mind. I believe that the cognitive activities of living organisms, typically perception action, a type of ecological activities that utilize the resource of the environment. So today's talk, I focus on the ecology approach to playing behavior. Yeah, thank you for listening. I'm looking forward to talk and discuss everybody. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Somiya Sensei. Keisuke-san.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Keisuke Suzuki from Hokkaido University as well, belong to chain. I've been working on a lot of different stuff. My background is artificial life, so that's how I know Olaf. But like last decade, I'm working on virtual reality and some AI to study consciousness and self. So the play is not my central topic, but I try to, in my talk, I try to maybe try to like a bridge between what I'm doing and play in terms of like autonomy as a nature. So, hope
Great.
people, enjoy the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Keisuke-san. Paul.
Good morning. I'm also at Ritsumeikan University, working in the same department as Yuko, and also know Olaf, mostly through our mutual interest in beer. But we've had many interesting conversations during those meetings, about things like AI and philosophy of mind and things like that. My background is in interaction design. My PhD was originally in data visualization for disasters, focusing on bushfires in Australia. My first postdoc was looking at disaster information in Japan, and then my second postdoc, which was quite brief, I did a bit of machine learning for music information retrieval. So I've got a little bit of hands-on experience with machine learning. But these days, I'm more interested in sort of issues of aesthetics and ethics in design broadly, but particularly in interaction design and what that might mean for how we interact with an intelligent machine. Sometimes robotics, but not necessarily robotics. And I designed the poster. Well, actually, some AI was used for the design of the poster because Yuko and Olaf provided me with a very interesting image for the poster, and I tried to incorporate that somehow. Maybe that's all for now. I should say I'm presenting with a colleague from Finland and he's in the process of moving from Copenhagen back to Finland, and I don't know where he is, but he's somewhere in the Nordic region, and hopefully he's able to join us despite the time difference.
Yes.
Yeah, he could be on the road, I'm not sure. Anyway, that's all for now.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, so Villa will be joining us in the afternoon. Olaf.
Yeah, very nice to meet or see again, everyone. My name is Olaf. I lead a few efforts in science, ethics, and technology of minds, I guess. That can be natural minds or, I guess, artificial ones in different senses. And I'm interested in the many substrates that you can be embedded in. And that reflects my research at various places, but mostly at Cross Labs here in Kyoto. That's my home base. And yeah, I guess I have a large interest in play and playfulness as much as in science as in actual games, video games, and different practices. Yeah, and I hope we'll talk about a lot of that.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we're already past time. So I think we just start the first session. So I'll be moderating the first session. We're gonna have two speakers for the first session addressing the question, what is play? So I think it's a very good kind of introductory session into the whole workshop. So each talk will be 15 minutes long, followed by a 5-minute Q&A. After the two speakers, we'll have a panel discussion amongst the two speakers, and we'll also open it up to the audience. All right, so our first speaker is Masayoshi Somiya-san from Hokkaido University, and the title of his talk is A Wonder of Play Behavior or Playing Body, Doing for Its Own Sake.
Yes, I'm sorry, I couldn't finish making my slide, so I sent everybody to everybody my documents in chat. Wait a minute. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I couldn't paste my documents, the chat. But
I think you can also share your screen.
yes.
Yeah, that might be the best way.
Please apologize. I use all the style of presentation. Yes. So in this talk, I would like to consider the characteristics of play behavior when viewed from an ecological perspective. How does play behavior differ from other behaviors? The outline is as follows. First, I will give a quick overview an ecological theory of perception and behavior. I will point out that both perception and behavior are ecological activities that utilize environmental resources, that is information affordances. Next, I will look at Gibson's classification of behavior. Gibson classified the behaviors of higher terrestrial animals based on the behavioral functions in the environment. He treats play behavior as one of the independent classes. An important point is that play behavior is a movement that is performed for its own sake, for its own sake. As I will mention later, if Gibson is right, play behavior is less ecological than other behaviors. Finally, I will summarize the discussion up to this point and confirm that play behavior is strange and mysterious. However, I try to be charitable to Gibson's idea and embark on a speculative adventures. This 3-line skips. And the next paragraph, an ecological approach overview. There are 3 key points to an ecological approach to perception and behavior. First, the environment has properties known as affordances, which are opportunities for organisms to act. For example, the earth provides behavioral opportunities for mobile organisms to move on it. A small fruit on a branch provides a behavioral opportunity for apes and humans, enabling them to pick and pull using their fingers. Affordances are the possibilities of an opportunities for behaviors that the environment furnishes and offers to an organism. Affordances are resources for behaviors. Second, there is information in the environment that tells us that an affordance exists. For an organism to perceive affordances is for them to search and discover of information that tells and specifies affordances. For example, a wooden stamp with a certain height, breadth, and sturdiness provides the affordance for humans to sit on it. With visual perception, there is optical information in the air that tells us of the presence of this affordance, and we can look around the move about to discover this information. We can see the possibility of the sit on it behavior. Third, the organisms continue to pick up the information that specifies the affordances while controlling its own behaviors to accomplish the desired action. For example, the sit on it optical information continue to be used in the process of motion control sitting and stand. As we move our bodies, the position of the point of the observation, in the human case, 2 eyes, changes, and so do the appearance of the stand. The affordance of sit on it continue to be visible, but its appearance or varies with the change in the spatial relationship between the stamp and the perceiver looking at it. Thus, the information that teaches the affordances also tells us about the posture and movement of the perceiver. And this information can be used to adjust the perceiver's own posture and movement in the environment. In a sense, the perceiver is controlling her own behavior by seeing herself. Perceiving affordance is tantamount to seeing both the fact of the environment and the fact of the perceiver. And the perceiver is adjusting her behavior by watching her own movement and finally she sits on it. We control our own behavior while extracting information that specifies affordances and construct our movements using affordances. Embodied cognition in an ecological approach is nothing more than this bodily activity. Our body organizes and coordinates posture and movement using information and affordances provided by the environment. The body is a system that behaves functionally in response to bodily and environmental conditions. As for our seeing system, in addition to eyes, the head, the height, trunk, and feet are sometimes incorporated into the components of the seeing system. In some cases, to discover optical information, the feet are used to move from place to place and the head rotates to look around. Muscles that utilize the sit-on-it affordance of the stamp and the distribution of muscle contraction forces change depending on bodily conditions. Even though the functions of seeing and sitting are the same, the Behaviors that realize these functions change flexibly according to the situation in which the body and the environment are placed. This is why the body is called a functional system. Gibson called this feature vicarious action or function, and ecological psychologist Edward Reed called it functional specificity. Play behavior is also controlled and constructed by body as a functional system, but only play behavior has unique character that is not well captured by this perspective. Gibson himself has pointed out such a thing. Section 2, Classification of Behaviors. In a memorandum titled Notes for the Tentative Definition of Behavior, Gibson tentatively classified animate movements of terrestrial animal with visual ability. In this classification, play behavior is classified into the 10 dependent categories. This classification is based on their relationship to the characteristics of the environment to which behaviors are directed and localized. Gibson's classification, I summarize the table. Gibson summarized the table, this one. Let's see. Behaviors are classified into 2 categories. First, locomotion and rotation, which are movements performed with the whole body as a unit. And second, movements of body parts, such as the head, eyes, arm, hand, and feet. To latter, 4 functional categories are further added, such as movements that change the environment, movements for sexual and familial interaction, movements for social interaction, and movements for social communication. At the end of these functional categories of behavior, play behaviors class appears as an independent domain named movement for its own sake. This is this I. Gibson's example of movements for its own sake are purely physical behavior. It might be doubtful that they can even be called behaviors. They are dancing, exercise commonly performed by young children, tumbling, jumping, whirling around. According to Gibson, these behaviors are less perceptually controlled than other behaviors and have limited use of affordances of objects and events in the environment. For example, tumbling is a behavior that is self-controlled and use only the support affordances of a surface like the earth or floor. Edward Reed developed Gibson's theory of perceptual systems and proposed an even higher level embodied system theory that encompasses perceptual systems. He called it action system theory. In this theory, Reed also follows Gibson's idea of movements for its own sake and proposed the play system as one of the action systems. Among the movements and postures of the body, some are not constructed for a particular purpose of movement. For example, manual labor, social interaction, or communication, but to create a pure movement and posture, that is play behavior. The idea that movement or behavior for its own sake is very peculiar in 3 ways. First, the organization of the body functional system is usually done using information and affordances in environment. But in play behavior, functional connection to such environmental resources are reduced, and the organization of the system is left to the system itself. If I may put another way, play behavior is dis-ecological. Second, this view makes incidental the practical values that have been explored and taken for granted in animal behavior research and developmental psychology, such as the advantage of play behavior in an individual's life and its enhancement of cognitive and social skills. Play behavior seems to have little adaptive value. Third, although play behavior has no direct adaptive value, it is neither maladaptive nor unfit. Yet it is a widespread phenomenon in living organisms, including humans. This is also enigmatic from an evolutionary biological perspective because there is no apparent reason why the body mechanism that product play behavior would be selected in the course of evolution. Indeed, play behavior is considered adaptive, but no single benefit or function has been found. Instead, play behavior most likely has several overlapping functions. In his book that became a classic now in the study of animal play behavior, Robert Fagan tentatively defines play behavior as behavior that functions to develop, practice, or maintain physical or cognitive abilities and social relationships, including both tactics and strategies by varying, repeating, and or recombinating already functional sequences of behavior outside their primary context. However, this definition allows for behaviors functions enough to include almost any behavior at all. Reid has criticized it as including any behavior at all, with the single exception, suicide. Perhaps play behavior might have some functions and roles that have not yet been discovered. Additionally, play behavior is thought to have evolved independently in many lineages, allowing for different functions in different species. Therefore, we need to be cautious about attributing the same sense of play to behaviors of different organisms. Last section, tentative conclusion and my speculation. To summarize what has been said so far, according to an ecological approach, organisms are thought to utilize information and affordance in the environment to organize perception and behavior. However, play behavior deviates from this pattern. Play behavior does not appear to have any function other than pure exercise. Therefore, it spoils the ecological nature of behavior. And even if one tries to clarify the function and adaptive value of play behavior, it becomes too diverse to brought into focus. Play behavior is indeed enigmatic and mysterious. If we assume that play behavior is behavior for its own sake, then what should we understand play behavior to be? Let me speculate. I would imagine that play for behavior for its own sake might suggest that there is a certain process, like a primitive impulse of life, which makes the body move. The impulsive process of life manifests itself in body movements, which are play behaviors. The primitive form of behavior may be play. Play behavior can be influenced by encountering by information and affordances in the environment, leading to the development of behaviors with diverse adaptive functions. In this sense, play behavior would not be dis-ecological, but open to the environment. This is my speculation. I have no grounds. The above is only my speculation. Future research on an ecological approach to play behavior is expected. That's all. Thank you very much for listen to me.
Thank you so much, Samia Sensei. That was just perfect on time, just 15 minutes. So we have 5 minutes for a Q&A before we turn to the second speaker. And of course, we'll have more time during the panel. But if you have any specific questions for this talk. Just to confirm, I wanted to confirm one thing. So within the literature, in the ecological approach, play has been understood to be more like a exception. Is that right?
Yeah, right. Play behavior is exceptional behavior, according to Gibson. So that is enigma, mysterious.
Mm.
But
Mm.
I try to understand the nature of play behavior, radical, uh, なんだろう、radical function or primitive function of our life. No, no, no. All living creature, living things.
Mm.
But I'm no idea now. I have no idea more than this.
Yeah.
But is very interesting play behavior. The nature of play behavior is interesting to me. I have never been consider the character of the behavior.
Mm. Oh.
Thanks very much for the interesting talk. I thought it was interesting from the developmental psychology perspective that play is seen as being in contrast to learning. Because from my perspective, those like oftentimes the learning experience is very playful, and in design now the topic of gamification is like a really popular topic. So the idea that we can gamify learning suggests to me that they're not really in contrast at all. So I was just wondering if you have a comment about that.
Yes, learning have playful aspect. I believe learning also has playful aspect, but I I would like to know the nature of play, not contrast with work or learn or study. Ordinarily, we understand play as free, not work, and not learn in school or working place. That's understand. We understand the concept of play that we use ordinary life has very broad content, but I I try to understand play, the nature of play as bodily movement or bodily embodied bodily body character, body peculiar character surrounded the environment. Ecological character. I would understand. I would know. I would like to know the character of play from an ecological perspective.
I think we're running out of time, so maybe we can continue the conversation
Yes, yes.
later.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Soumya Sensei, for giving the very nice first talk. We're now going to turn to our second speaker, Katsumasa Miyazaki-san from Hokkaido University. The title of his talk is Toward a Hermeneutic Understanding of Play.
So, okay, so first let me share the screen. Can I see the screen? Can you see my slide?
No, it was
No?
shared and then it
Okay.
disappeared.
Sorry.
We now see your screen.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, we can see.
So, let me start the talk. The title of my talk is Toward a Hermeneutic Understanding of Play. And yeah, I will get started. Yeah, this is first slide. In this talk, I am to present the fundamental characteristics of the experience of play and its hermeneutic nature. And first, I need to introduce the concept of authority as a distinctive feature of feature experienced by players in play. Now I will proceed to demonstrate the possibility of understanding play from hermeneutic perspectives. And in doing so, I draw on the concept of play in Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics in Tucson method. Yeah, as my main research is Gadamer's philosophy. So next slide. Yeah. So play is a familiar phenomenon that we naturally know. We can intuitively recall memories of running and laughing with friends in the park, or maybe the sensations of like enjoying music during the leisure time or something. Such experiences of play can be found everywhere in our daily lives, making it seem like essential part of shaping our lives. Today, especially, there is a strong desire to utilize play for child development or education, aiming to elucidate the benefit and values that play brings. However, despite the familiarity of play experience, defining what exactly is play is not easy task. So therefore, various philosophical attempts have been made to define play. Yeah, here I'd like to outline what play is by based on the characteristic that Gadamer find out within the subjective experiences of players. And Gadamer provides the following description concerning players' experience. And this is a bit wrong quotation. Sorry. Maybe my slide was wrong. Yeah, this. Sorry, I maybe skipped some slides now. But sorry. But this is slide. Now I'm talking. So yeah, let me quote the Gadamer's description on play. Yeah. Yet in playing, all those purposive relations that determine achieves active caring existence have not simply disappeared, but curiously suspended. The player himself knows play is only play, and that it exists in a world determined by the seriousness of purposes. But he does not know this in such a way that, as a player, he actually intends this relation to seriousness. Play fulfill its purpose only if the player loses himself in play. Yeah. And also, and I put the other quotation here. He cannot enjoy the freedom of playing himself out without transforming the aim of his purposive behavior into mere tasks of the game. Yeah. So yeah. So this quotation part indicates that as a subjective experience, play occurs as events detached from any external purpose. For players, practical concerns are entirely unrelated to what player is currently engaged on. For example, earning a wage, achieving a social status, or surviving a life-threatening situation are not considered within play. So linking such purposes with a play activity would ruin the play self. Therefore, as long as one is truly a player, the activity must be kept free from any external purposes or concerns, because play is done for its own sake. Next slide. Yeah, for example, the playing tag is experienced as play only if it remains unrelated to the player's practical goals. The aim of the players is simply to win the game by skillfully evading or catching each other. If someone aims to earn rewards or to undermine someone else by winning, they are not truly playing. Similarly, if someone gets injured or feel strong fear of the chaser, the play will disappear. So in this way, play experience can be distinguished from the other type of experiences in terms of their characteristic of authority. Now, so I introduced the authority, but now is it enough to capture? Is it sufficient to capture what we commonly call play by just highlighting the authority? I don't think so. For instance, we will not call bullying someone play, even if it is done purely for enjoyment. Similarly, if someone addicted to gambling engaged in it austerely, we will not say he's just playing. So if such activities are actually experienced as play, namely austerely, we'll tell them to stop that. So sorry. So here, the problem is what players engage with in play. So yeah. So we play with something, but it always something, yeah, that's here what the players engage within play become a crucial issue. The one problem, yeah. So we usually play with something, but it is always something directed to the prey, I think. Yeah. So here I aim to demonstrate that our perspective on prey is closely related to the nature of prey itself. Gadamer regards entire events encompassing the prey's behavior as prey itself. And prey is self-described through the characteristic of self-presentation, Selbstdarstellung. And here's another quote. One can say that performing tasks successfully presented. This phrasing especially suggests itself in the case of a game. For here, fulfilling the task does not point to any purposive context. Play is rarely limited to presenting itself. Thus, its mode of being is representation. So here, sorry, next slide. Okay, so here, self-presentations means that play is essentially materialized as concrete events through player's involvement. In other words, according to Gadamer, play reveals what it signifies in itself to players and other observers. Play shapes and influences and sometimes changes our understanding of play by appearing before us. This allows people to either desire to have the same experience or prevent it from being repeated. Thus, self-presentation of play also means that play self-organizes what can emerge as play. Yeah. For example, in Japan, playing on rotating towers, kaisento in Japanese, which is something like giant stride, I think. Okay. But by the way, rotating tower, playing on the rotating towers is prohibited due to the safety concern. Naturally, when these towers are installed in park, they were naturally intended as instruments for play. And people might have regarded using them as typical play. However, today, rotating towers are either removed or locked, and entering them is no longer possible. This indicates that people do not consider their use as mere play. So therefore, riding on rotating towers no longer emerges as play experience. Yeah. So, yeah, I think this example shows that our perspectives on play influences what can emerge as play. And yeah, so there our views are formed through the actual repetition of play on rotating tower. Yeah, and this is the final slide. I think, yeah. So the involvements of players the involvements of players and our interpretations of presented play events are, so to say, inseparably interwoven each other, shaping the matter we call play. In this sense, play has a hermeneutic nature, I think. And play itself includes our perspectives and thought within it. Through the characteristic of play, namely self-presentation, play encompasses our perspectives within it, while maintaining and transforming its way to be played, to be realized. Yeah, so this is my conclusion. And yeah, this is kind of extra slide. And I just wrote down some random thoughts. So yeah. So maybe I did that. I did this. Finally, this hermeneutic understanding of play seems significant for modern concerns about using play for specific purposes, especially for children's development and education, because play is here considered to include our thought and positions about play inherently. So the question what benefits play brings to us seems to include the question of how we value play. Yes, and yeah, that's all for my presentation. And yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Miyazaki-san. That's a very nice talk based on Gadamer and play. Okay, let's take 5 minutes for Q&A. I might start. So when you say that our perspective or our views influence what counts as play, when you say our perspective, you're not just talking about the player themselves, but also the people who receive or perceive the play. So who are not necessarily playing, but also who I guess sees play and kind of receives play. So those people are also involved in this understanding of play. Is that right? So when you say
Yes, true.
that doesn't just include the individual, but also the society, the community.
Yes, that's true.
Mm-hmm. So what counts as play is a kind of socially constructed.
Yes.
Mm. Right.
But yeah, but I don't know about the play of animals, because their way to play is super limited. So I don't know how environment can have some effect to the way animals play.
Mm-hmm. Katsunori, you have a question? If you're speaking, we don't hear you. Yeah, he's saying something about we.
I'm sure he is explaining why we cannot hear
Yeah.
him. But of course, since we cannot hear him, we believe you. He says he's typing that he's speaking. We really trust you on that. Would you like to type in your question so that gives you some time to, maybe we can take another question in the meantime.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Paul.
I just noticed there's kind of two definitions that were used there. One that said that play is detached from any external purpose, but on the other hand, we have play that has a very specific purpose. So there seems to be two kinds of play that are being discussed there.
Yeah, you mean the purpose is like external purposes, or
Yeah, like I mean, I think, for example, you were saying, you know, particularly here, especially for children's development and education,
yeah,
you know, so that's play that has a very particular purpose in mind. But then we also have play that is detached from any external purpose. So to me,
Yes,
that's just
yeah.
this. Yeah, we have two very different kinds of play that can occur.
I think that authority is characteristic of subjective experience of players. So if the player notices that what he is doing is done for some, you know, acquisition of some skills, then I don't think he can enjoy. He cannot play, I think. So in order for players to play, subjectively, every external purposes or every daily practical aims are, you know, detached from what he is actually doing.
So if the play is helping someone learn, they should kind of forget the fact that they're learning and focus on the play.
Yeah, I think that that's the only way to play for people to really play. But
otherwise it stops being play. If they focus
yes,
on learning too much, that it's not fun anymore.
Yes.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Katsunori wrote the question in the chat. I can read it out to everyone. Isn't there a difference between how people take something not to be play and how an individual take it to be play? I find it too strong to say that you can't play with a certain play structure when the society takes it as too dangerous to count as playing. So should we not distinguish how the individual perceives play and how the society understands play, and the society's, I guess, judgment on what counts as play? So I guess it's a question.
Can I ask, this individual means player or one, just one observer or something? I mean that because
Yeah, the person playing, he says.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it could be possible that you know, players actually praise something, but for the observers or for external people, it does not seem to be truly play. But the point is the player's subjective experience, or maybe I can say it is player's subjective understanding of play, maybe. But anyway, yeah, players' experience is players' experiences and understanding of observers. I mean, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah. So there is a two layers, I think, in play. Because the ones there one side on the one side play can be defined based on the feature of subjective experience, which is authority, and on the other side, yeah, play is explained as our way to think what play is, or kind of a virtue we have on play. So play is something not serious, and play is something safe. Play is something I don't know, creative or something like that. But also the society have such a idea, such ideas. It does not mean previous experiences always include such values, such perspectives. But I want to say that these two aspects are deeply interwoven to each other. So social understanding on play is directed, so to say, direct how some activity as some activity emerges as play for player, and also such realized play events also effects to our social understanding on play. So these two aspects are, you know, like these two are forming each other, and these are forming each other's kind of relationship itself as a whole is what we call play, I think.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I want to open it up to so make it we've already gone over time for the panel discussion. So I want to open it up to questions addressing both talks. Miyazaki-san, I think you can stop sharing your screen perhaps.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, and then maybe Olaf, earlier you had a question stemming from Paul's question. Do you want to should we pick it up from there?
Sure. So the question was, well, it's almost in my perspective, it's almost the same as Paul's. And I think, Paul, you also subtitled your question with another question. But mine was, where can I find that now?
Yes,
Well, basically, I wanted to know if there were any exceptions to Somaya-san, what you were saying, and if behavior is helpful ecologically or evolutionarily or one of those things, can it still be named play, in your view?
Yeah, is the play behavior exception or not? And that is a very big question. I have no way to telling, but I would like to think the play behavior has a certain role or certain value to living things. For example, Paul says learning is side effect. Paul says that learning is a side effect of maybe side effect of play behavior, or I think play behavior develops when encountering the environmental affordance, develops into more have more adaptive value. That is not. I don't understand what it is. I would like to rather to I would like to think is why Gibson Reed ecologists that did thought play behavior is not ecological and pure movement. That is very strange to me. Olaf-san, do you think play behavior is exceptional or not? Or other everybody? I found Gibson and Reed said play behavior is exceptional. That is very strange to me. The Miyazaki-san, I think autotelicity is means exceptional character of play behavior, but play autotelicity pervasive our all activity or behavior. Very ambiguous. Autotelicity have a nature of ambiguous. That I understand you. So
Thank you. So the criterion of authority is, yeah, ambiguous for you, but sorry, in such way, it seems to be ambiguous. Yeah, so yeah, it might be a lot of other things that have kind of autoteric characteristics or autoteric features, because if we take more wider perspective and saying that the life exists for life itself or something like that, maybe so every life are living for its own sake. So this might be regarded as other type of authority. So yeah, so yeah, so maybe I should say play needs to be separated from something more something more whole thing, or whole wider thing of the world. I mean that, yeah. So because authority denotes that there is actually something exists out of the very activity. So yeah. So I would say the authority of play is authority of play means that play is something something detached, separated from reality. So so I think for the child, or for the I think some child doesn't have a clear differentiation between play and reality, because I think in order for us to play, we need to recognize what is real, what is serious, what is actual for us. So yeah, maybe, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. We started 5 minutes late, so we just have 2 minutes to wrap up this panel discussion. But I wanted to address a question that we received from the YouTube channel. So a listener from the YouTube channel asking, does human play have its origins in animal play? So Somiya-san, what do you think?
Yes, I think the human play originates from animal play, or animality, or movement of living things. Yes. But maybe Miyazaki-san,
Yes.
don't think so.
Yes. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that human play and animal play share common elements at the biological level. But however, I think they are different as just roaring, like vocalizations and language. So I think that element of culture make our play. I mean that lead our play far from the original version of animal play. So yeah, half yes, half no. Yeah.
I feel like meaning comes into play when we consider human play. Play has a specific meaning for us, which can be socially mediated, right? I feel like maybe meaning might play a role here. Okay, so yeah, Olaf has also shared some other comments from YouTube, but unfortunately we don't have time to pursue further at the moment. We're going to take 10 minutes break right now and then resume at 11 o'clock for the second session. Okay, see you back at 11 then. Thank you. Thank you to the two
Thank you.
speakers.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, see you in a bit.
Okay. So it's just about time. So we'll start the second session, which will be moderated by Ola.
Hi, welcome everyone. The second session out of 3 will start now and end with an opening to have a lunch break. We'll have 2 speakers and we'll focus on playful communication and experience. The second speaker is Yuko Ishihara. She will talk about the playful master dancing between immersion and detachment. And the first speaker is Keisuke Suzuki from Hokkaido University at the nice center called Chain. And he will speak about play as autopoiesis. And Keisuke, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you all see the screen?
Looks good. Looks good.
Cool. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Keisuke Suzuki from I'm an associate professor in Hokkaido University Chain, and today I'm give a talk about play as autopoiesis, or maybe I could use autonomy instead. But yeah, I'll just use some more like cooler title. Okay, so oh yeah, as I really quickly introduce myself, I'm working on virtual reality, AI, consciousness, phenomenology in more like cognitive scientific way, but also I did my PhD on artificial life, and that time I'm working on like autopoiesis as a kind of computational model of autonomy, biological autonomy. So today I just try to unpack the concept of the play using the concept from this Barrera Maturana autopoiesis idea, and maybe also like some other like a following like a theory using autopoiesis to apply to the communication, for example. So I'm just I don't know, like maybe this is really basic stuff for this community, but Kaiyowa like talking about the play, the human play, and he categorized play into like four different things, and I found like play. I don't know. This is like the common definition of play, but I found that play is just autonomous, self-contained, self-rewarding activity. Like there's no like external goal make people to do these things. It's just playing itself has satisfaction on its own. That's kind of it's already discussed in the first section as well. But I'm mainly focused on this links. It basically means vertigo, like a swing, roller coaster, people just taking in like sometimes a dangerous activity, but just making themselves just let's go like mesmerize, or it's just put people into the vertigo. And I think the play as a like children do, it's of course the swing and these kind of stuff, roller coaster, this kind of stuff is like a typical example for this vertigo. But also even adult people sometimes play with skiing, or like rock climbing. These are also activity which has no other goals, like just you enjoy the feeling or presence itself. And I just add this kind of psychedelic experience, sometimes induced by drugs, or is a part of this category. Like there's no such a things like there's no purpose to achieve anything when you take some. It just change your perception for them. So this is just the idea of the play in my kind of concept. And today I've just focused two different aspects, two different kind of the line of the research I had been working, to try to connect this study into this kind of autonomous aspect of the play. So the first part is just like a really simple basic communication, like a non-verbal communication can be seen as a play. And second one, oh, it's the word is a bit overflow, but yeah, psychedelic experience. I was working on this using the deep neural network model. Hope I can have some time for cover both. So first part is communication of the brain. And I just quickly summarize what autopoiesis, the concept of autopoiesis to begin with. So autopoiesis, the idea of the autopoiesis is proposed by Maturana and Barrera in 1970s, 80s. And basically it's just they define autopoietic system as kind of basic nature of the life and also the mind. So in a short term, it has two kind of process. One is like self-production, like all the components generate each other. So it's just making a closure. All the component is, I'll say, operates to maintain its own like dynamics. But also the autopoietic system has a self-distinctive ability. So it distinct itself from the environment, making some kind of boundary. They don't really say it's a physical boundary, but some kind of unity, concrete unity, they say. So these two processes kind of intertwining together. So making things like this kind of cellular organism which maintain itself. So you can see this is kind of membrane cell. Once the membrane is formed, the chemical reaction is also kind of trapped into the certain domain, and it creates another membrane particle. So it's kind of a self-referent process. And they claim this is the basic principle of any biological system, but also related to like mind and consciousness afterward. So I'm using this as a kind of let's go, the kind of interpretation of the play. So, and then like after, so the original idea of the autopoiesis is just divert into several different directions, and one of them is actually going to like a let's go social science, the one regarded Luhmann. So he actually said all the communication is also can be seen as autopoiesis. So in a sense, like even like a human subject is part of the communication system. So his claim is communication itself is one big autonomous system, autopoietic system. So you can draw a kind of parallel between biological systems and social system in this way. Cell is social system as a whole. The chemical reaction itself is communication with humans. And each molecule, like I showed in the simulation, is human. I don't know, like the boundary is not maybe obvious compared to actual biological system, but maybe, social system also has a boundary between, one from the other. So this is kind of, like applied version of autopoietic theory into communication. And it's already 7 minutes, but following having this kind of concept in our mind, I'm just going to more experimental work. So there's one like genre of the experiment work especially in linguistics called experimental semiotics. So it's kind of interesting field. They try to create they try to investigate emergence of symbol system using like actual human communication. So it's quite simple game, like a two-person like communicating each other. They are kind of controlling a kind of game character, this black dot and black circle and white circle. And they are either of these 4 rooms. They don't know each other where they are, but like sometimes the player 1 is here, player 2 is here, and point is they need to communicate each other. They need to inform where you are. So the goal of the game is should be in the same room at the end of the experiment. But the point is they can only communicate with this simple, what it's called, it's like a one-dimensional pencil. You can move this pencil horizontal way, but you cannot move vertical way. It's just the paper itself is like automatically rolling off. So you can just draw like really simple drawing like this, like, you know, but using this, you have to communicate with the other person. It's quite difficult. You cannot actually like the numerical number with this. So you need to kind of invent a symbol to communicate, to tell where you are. So this kind of communication system actually making them emerge new symbolic system. Like, oh, I don't know. Sometimes they use this kind of at all, but sometimes they just use like it's like a Japanese numeric character 1, 2, 3, 4. But you know, like people just creating the new way to communicate each other. So I think this is also this experiment itself can be seen as a game, but we actually get inspiration from this work and doing something bit different way to communicate, do the communication. This work was a collaboration with Ryoko Uno. Now she's in the University of Agriculture and Technology in Tokyo. So it's simple. We have like this 3x3 what it's called, like the boards embedded in the wall, and yeah, its actual game is like this. So you can rotate the. Oh, by the way, this board has one side is red and the other side is white, so you can just rotate. It's like a you know, 9-bit communication tool. You cannot really communicate the meaning with that. So here I just said like in a linguistic way, this game, the blocking the content word, you cannot actually convey the actual content with this simple minimalistic communication tool, but you can still communicate with a function word, like a grammatical word. So that is kind of the purpose for this study, like how people can actually create or like what kind of communication and emerge from this simple system. And we actually use this physical wall, but in our experiment we actually use like online, like web application version with this tool. So it's kind of we actually increase one symbol. So at mark, sharp, and asterisk. You can choose one of 3 symbol, like yeah, and again like 3x3. So people just communicate each other, but this time the in contrast to the previous experiment, there's actually no rule or kind of no instruction for this game. You just need to play with the wall to the opponent, like some like for I think it's this time 15 times like exchange of the message. And after that, we actually analyze the report, like subject report, and also the pattern they made. And I don't think I have time to go into the actual data, but like we kind of found the 2 different modes of communication. One is, maybe I'm going from this right side, the dynamical report. It basically they use the symbol as it is, like literal report. So like they kind of use these kind of more like geometric patterns, you know, like there's some symmetry or like patterns, and they interpret this as actual dynamics, you know, like, oh, this, for example, symbol moving from the left to right. Whereas the other type of communication mode is metaphorical. So they actually use much simpler like patterns, but they interpret more, like this is rabbit inside a cage, for example, which is you need more interpretation for this left side of communication, whereas right one is you just use the symbol as it is. And we kind of compare this with like more like actual linguistic communication. Like sometimes we use the word as it is, literal meaning, but sometimes we use more like a metaphorical way. Sometimes we go in the future or past or things like that. So, you know, like it doesn't really matter whether the communication is based on language or not. We kind of change change the medium in a literal way or more like a metaphorical way. So that's kind of what we discuss in our paper. But the kind of point of this communication game is this time, like communication game doesn't have any goal. you know, so the language pattern, so, but the human subject have to they need to sustain communication without external goal. So, in one sense, they need to, like attract each other making like a more interesting patterns. So here we can actually see this language pattern or this symbolic pattern itself has own autonomy. So the pattern itself try to create a new pattern which attract more attention of the subject. So you can see this communication pattern with between subject A and B, you know, like passing the message, passing the pattern from A to B, and B passing the message to the other. You know, like communication is actually this kind of what's called bidirectional, but also you can see the pattern itself evolve on its own. You know, like, and in a sense, this pattern dynamics of the sequence of the pattern actually utilizing the subject. So in a sense, this is kind of operational closed system. That's why we kind of call this as a autonomous autopoietic system, as maybe Luhmann actually said in this. So this is one things I want to say, and I think it's almost time, but I will try to quickly going through the second part. So this time, so far we're just talking about communication, but I'm just going to more like subject and individual stuff, so psychedelic experience. So I think vertigo, one of the interesting, you know, like people into the vertigo when you play, especially in adult, this kind of psychedelic experience or, you know, serotogenic drug is always fascinating because they don't really create any like high or, you know, down. It just creates a change of your perception. So on its own, there's no actual function. There's not motivative, but people really like this kind of activities. And we actually, like 5 years ago, we made this AI deep neural network version simulation of psychedelic experience using this DCNN network. And I'm not going to detail of the model, but point is this: to create this kind of a psychedelic experience, we use a network in a really strange way. You know, like the original neural network is a feed-forward network to categorize image. So there is actually a goal for classifying the image into the level. But when we create this image, it's actually this classification performance is the classification function is also is fed back to the image itself. So it's making kind of loop coupled system between classification and also generation. So my point is maybe this kind of psychedelic experience is kind of floating over the actual functional use of a visual system, you know. It's just generating and recognizing at the same time, but in a really autonomous way. So that's kind of my argument. Maybe psychedelic experience can be seen as kind of self-contained, self-rewarded activity in your visual system. And that's why people maybe, you know, really immersed into psychedelic experience. So just at end of my talk, we are now developing the original version of the psychedelic hallucination machine is all offline because it takes a long time to process this kind of image. But now one of the students in Japan creating the real-time version of hallucination machine, which you can actually, you know, see your body looking around and all turn into the trippy image. And yeah, at some point you can play with this. Hope you can enjoy this. Okay, so summary, autonomy is a key of the play. And I was just talking two different example. One is communication or like non-objective, non-purpose like communication game can be seen as a kind of play. And the second one is psychedelic experience as a kind of process of like closed loop floating over the recognition and the generation. So it's similar ways, just autonomous itself. Okay, that's my thoughts. Sorry for the overtime. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Keisuke. Since we are hitting time pretty soon, rather than rush into questions now, I suggest we keep questions for after, and feel free to post them in the chat or in the comments on YouTube. And maybe let's already have the next slide deck up. The next speaker is going to be Yuko Ishihara. She's an associate professor at Ritsumeikan University. And the presentation today is going to be about the playful master dancing between immersion and detachment.
Great, thanks. So let's see if I can show my screen. How are we doing? Can we see?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right, so today, yeah, I want to talk about what it might mean to master playfulness by drawing on ideas from the Kyoto School tradition that is deeply rooted in Zen Buddhist ideas. So I want to start by a bit of self-promotion. My book just came out in January titled Intercultural Phenomenology, Playing with Reality. So in this book, I also address play, but specifically in the book, I introduced this idea, a philosophical method called the epoche, or suspension of judgment in ancient Greek, as a method or as a tool for us to what I call play with reality. So epoche is a way of kind of loosening our grip on our beliefs. And this in turn allows us to play with reality. And what I mean by play with reality is not so much toying with reality or making reality into something that we want it to be. It's actually, it means that it means on the contrary, playing with reality means letting reality speak for itself rather than us speaking for it. So opening up to reality is another word we can use for play with reality. But the main motif in this book is something that I'm really interested in, which is this relationship between detachment and engagement or immersion. So on the one hand, we can understand epoche as a kind of loosening our grip. So it's a way of detaching ourselves, which in turn allows us to engage with reality or immerse ourselves in reality. Now, I think that what's even more interesting is the interplay between these two elements of detachment and engagement. And I think what defines a major characteristic of playfulness is this interplay of detachment and engagement. So this is something that I've been interested in for some time, and I want to develop this idea a bit further in today's talk. So I want to start by looking at this famous book, The Grasshopper, written by Bernard Suits, which has become a sort of a classic in the field of philosophy of play. So this book is a play on Aesop's famous fable, The Grasshopper and the Ant. And it's also a play on Socratic dialogue because it's written in this dialogue form. It's very full of wit. It's very amusing to read. And in this book, Suits famously defines game playing as the voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles. So for example, if you take long distance running as an example, and if you say you don't know really the rules of this game, and you say, okay, I see that the goal of this, of what you want to achieve here is to cross this finish line. Okay, so then why don't you just, take a car and cross the finish line? It seems like the most obvious thing to do. That's the most quickest way to cross the finish line ahead of the contestants. Or if you look at the game of golf, then okay, your aim here is to put this golf ball in this hole. Then why don't you just go and put this golf ball in the cup with your hands? So why is it that in game, when we play games, we are we adopt less efficient means to achieve the goal that we want to achieve. And this can be accounted for by looking at the specific attitude that the players take up in game playing. And so the players specifically have to have a sort of willingness to accept the rules of the game just so that they can play the game. And Suits defines this as the illusory attitude. He calls this illusory attitude. So the illusory attitude, so illusory coming from the Latin word luden, what is it? Ludens, from as we can see in Johann Huizinga's work, Homo Ludens, meaning play or games. The illusory attitude is what characterizes the player's engaged attitude in games, right? So in order to be engaged in games, one has to have this illusory attitude. So to be playful in the context of game playing is to adopt the illusory attitude. In order to take part in what Huizinga calls in his Homo Ludens book, the magic circle. So the games are sort of separated from the rest of reality or ordinary life because of this kind of magic that it's like a kind of self-contained space governed by its own rules. But so this illusory attitude might account for this kind of engaged, immersed attitude that's required to play. But we might ask what happens when one becomes a bit too immersed, right? When one becomes too immersed, what happens is that we take the game a bit too seriously, and this could lead to some sort of like an addiction, like sort of immersion, and it becomes no longer play anymore. So the magic of the magic circle is lost. So it seems that in order to maintain a playful attitude, we need to be able to exercise a sort of detachment from game playing, where we're not just immersed, but we're able to say, this is just play. And Huizinga calls this the inferiority of play, because play is, it's only play. We're kind of making a value statement there. I don't think we have to call it inferiority here, but necessarily, but it's a sort of taking a distance towards game playing. And so I think the playful attitude when it comes to game playing involves this ability to skillfully go in on one hand, to immerse ourselves in the game, but also to go out and detach from the magic circle. So what I'm wondering is whether we might be able to extend this observation to playfulness in general. So not just in gameplay, but in life in general. And what are the conditions of playfulness in life in general? This is a question that I want to address for the rest of my talk. So to do this, I want to turn to the third generation Kyoto School philosopher Ueda Shizuteru, who passed away a few years ago. And as with other main figures in the Kyoto School tradition, his philosophy is deeply rooted in Zen Buddhism. And he develops this conception of the self and its relation to others that's quite interesting, and I think it kind of sheds light on what it might mean to master playfulness. So the first thing that Ueda talks about is this notion of the self. And for him, the self is fundamentally disclosed to its environment, so it's open. But just as a window that's always open doesn't really do the job of separating what's inside from the outside, the self also would not be distinct from its environment if it were merely open. So self, Ueda characterizes the self as this dynamic interplay of opening up and closing back in. And he says that the subject is not a substance, not like a fixed self-contained entity, but it's essentially a movement from the self to the self. He says this is essentially what the self is. So it's a movement of going out of itself, opening up and coming back in. So the self is defined as this dynamic movement. Now, he also notes that while such a movement belongs to the nature of the self, it's not always actualized. And in fact, most of the time, it's not actualized. This is because the self, on the one hand, has this tendency to close in within itself and get trapped in its own little ego. And so the result of this is what he calls self-attachment, where the movement of opening up is lost and we're just simply closed. Of course, because of this tendency to close in and open up, because of this movement, there's also this other danger of opening up without being able to come back to itself. And he calls this self-loss. So self-attachment and self-loss are two dangers of the self that Witter talks about, precisely because of this nature of the self is this dynamic movement. Now, for the most part, we're usually somewhere in between being fully closed up and fully open. But it would be, of course, be nice if we were to be able to gain control over this movement so that we're less susceptible to the double tendency of the self, where we're, where we're closed in within ourselves, or we're just completely lost a sense of self. And Witter suggests that we can indeed gain control. And he does this by talking about a true self. So he says, the true self is the unity of the freedom from the self and the freedom to the self. So the true self, what he calls a true self, is the self that has the ability to freely go out of itself and come back to itself. So the key word here is the freedom. And it's here that he turns to the Zen Buddhist notion of what's called the mutual exchange of host and guest as an example of how this freedom might be played out in the context of interpersonal dialogue. So being a host in this context involves taking up the role of the speaker and leading the conversation, whereas being a guest involves letting the other speak and withdrawing to the role of the guest. So in the Zen Buddhist tradition, genuine dialogue is said to occur when there is this free exchange of the roles of host and guest. You can't just be stay in the position of the speaker, nor can you just stay in the position of the listener. There has to be a free exchange of these roles. And I think we can translate this in terms of games, where being a host would involve playing by your own rules, which might include your cultural and personal beliefs, values, and norms, and so on, and inviting others to follow those rules when you are, being the host. Being a guest, on the other hand, would mean submitting to the rules of the other and playing by their rules instead of yours. So the key to a genuine understanding of the other would lie in this ability to freely and actively go in and out of these different games that we're playing. So how do we do this? Well, Witter underlines the challenge of leaving our game, so our self, because self-attachment, he says, is a real issue. Of the two dangers of the self that he highlights, self-attachment and self-loss, he says self-attachment is more of the real problem here, because the self has this tendency to remain in the seat of the host, so to say, and to stick to its own rules. And by doing so, in turn, it's actually being played by the game. There's a sense of agency in being the host, but at the same time, you're being grasped by the rules, and so you're being played by the game. And so in order to counteract this tendency of self-attachment, he says what is important is self-negation. Or we can say it's self-detachment, where we actively detach ourselves from the game that we're playing. And what's important is that without such an act of self-detachment, one cannot really become the guest and immerse ourselves in the rules of another. So self-attachment is the condition for immersion in another game. And how should we understand self-detachment? Well, I don't think we need to think of self-attachment as a sort of complete denial of one's game. I think it's better understood as a form of suspension of judgment, or the epoche. So to use Husserl's words, we bracket, or to use my preferred term or phrase, we loosen our grip on our beliefs and the rules that govern our game, which in turn allows us to genuinely play the game of the other and genuinely engage with the game of another. So coming to a conclusion, the question that I started off with was, what are the conditions of playfulness? Not just in game playing, but in life. What does it mean to be playful? What does it take for us to be playful? And we looked at the Zen Buddhist master, who I think we can say is a master of playfulness, who freely moves in and out of games, or the selves, different selves. And the key to this mastery, I said, involves practicing the epoche, understood as a form of detachment. So immersion is indeed important, of course, in play, but self-detachment, I think, is the condition for immersion. So if we too are to master playfulness in life, we should practice self-detachment so that we can fully immerse ourselves and generally enjoy our other games in town. I think I spoke much quicker than I thought. I thought it would take much more time, but I'm gonna stop there. Thank you for being my guest.
Thanks so much, Yuko. So yeah, I guess we can start with some questions here, and then we can fade into the discussion.
I have a small question for Keisuke-san. So talking about psychedelic experience, you said, I think, that it's a sort of kind of self-contained, and it's sort of floating on top of normal perception. So does that mean that in some sense, this sort of experience or this sort of perception is always there? It's just that we don't really normally engage with it?
Yeah, I could. Maybe it's yeah, you could maybe say that, but also you need to you know, sometimes when you are like really experienced meditator, can have more directly perceive the world, you know, without any top-down interpretation. I mean something really like that. You know. When we went in our normal perception, we just tend to categorize things. We see the object, you know, just naturally categorize things. But in a sense, maybe it's just my assumption that the psychedelic perception is coming from the process. You just stop doing this and just let it go, you know, through autonomous coupling between like bottom up and top down information flow. And it's just coming from this algorithm we use to create psychedelic patterns. But it could maybe have some insight to actual perception is something like that. We have like strong, if they that like strong bottom-up processing, you just your perception just for categorization or classification, whereas maybe our perception also we can generate from in top-down way, but normally it's kind of balance each other. But
yeah,
something like that. But it's yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of related to what I talk about a bit in my book, where I talk about it's a bit like phenomenological seeing. So when we bracket our beliefs in an existence of an object and try to just focus on the way the thing appears to us in our visual perception, what you're doing, you're just kind of trying to let go of seeing a thing as an object, so based on our categories and, you know, conceptualization, and just trying to focus on how it purely presents itself in your visual perception. Right? And once you do that, I think what happens is that you start to realize the richness of the experience so much more than, so it's a kind of eye-opening experience because there's so much going on, and that's why, you know, you start to play with phenomena, I say. So I felt like, yeah, it's a bit similar to that.
Yeah, I think that similar, like a parallel between what you just said and how psychedelic actually affecting your brain. Sometimes they say psychedelic substance make your brain really like baby-like, you know, It's just relaxing the prior knowledge or prior expectations. So it's just rewiring everything in your brain. That's why sometimes it's recently, like people start using psychedelic for treating the depression or these PTSD. These are kind of all mental disease related with this kind of strong hardwiring. You cannot get out from some past experience, but sometimes I don't think it's just only psychedelic drug, but they just kick your brain to like get out from the loop for them.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I think that your idea of detachment and immersion, like just going back and forth these two states is something really important here as well.
Yeah. I think the drugs can help induce that sort of experience, because otherwise it's sometimes just difficult to do it. Even like the phenomenological epoche, it's very difficult to do yourself. If there is some help that, whether it's through virtual, putting on, these goggles, or that would help us to actually see how it would change, then that might be a helpful tool to actually start doing it, even when you don't have those other tools with you.
I have a follow-up question on that. I guess it's for both of you. In a sense, we sort of have an understanding after your talk about bracketing and suspending judgment, and maybe we can find examples of that in our own life, right? But what about bracketing oneself? What about bracketing our own agency? Is that how much can we do that? And I guess that echoes a bit of what you said, Keisuke, about closure. And the difficult part of understanding autopoiesis is, I think, studying the coupling with another source that is situated within yourself. So what is it, like psychedelically coupling with another source normally of decision making should have you accept the other source as another source of decision making, and it's fine. So I see the suspension of judgment echoing that. But do you accept that source as your own? So yeah, I guess that's my question to both of you. Do you accept this other decision making source that you might not attribute to yourself, or that you do? What do you link that to now? So what do you do? How do you bracket yourself?
How can we bracket, how much can we bracket our agency? I don't know, when you play games, right? Whether it's a game of chess or Go or sports, there is a sense in which, in order to get immersed, you let go of some of that agency, right? By submitting yourself to those rules that you haven't made, you haven't created those rules, right? So you're letting go of some sort of control, some sort of freedom, and you're willing to do that just because you want to play. So in that sense, I think in terms of communication and in terms of understanding other people, I think in order to immerse ourselves and really engage with another person, you really have to be willing to let go of the norms and rules that govern your own game, right? So to say, so yourself. You need to be willing to bracket yourself in order to really immerse yourself in another self. I don't know if that goes anyway closer to an answer.
Yeah, I really like that. So you let go of some of your agency, because now it's not you making the choices, it's you making the choices and the game rules, making parts of the choices, and maybe someone else is playing with you, Maybe you have different personalities within your own self. Maybe you are an entity which is a group or a swarm or something like that. And then, yeah, now that you invited all the other members of the swarm decision making, you are less the decision maker. And this is part of this acceptance. What's the extreme of that, I guess, is where I was heading.
I just feel, I don't know, it's actually blocking the self, but I just thought, here I just talked about like perceptual, aspect of the psychedelic experience, but also psychedelic substance cause you like ego dissolution type of stuff. So you're actually losing yourself. And it's not just due to psychedelic, but also the meditation makes you kind of feel less self, I guess. There's just a kind of disintegrating, just losing the like wholeness or integrity of the self. So I feel that kind of stuff is I don't know, it's blocking or just disintegrating whole concept of self, but I just feel it's just two different I don't think people discuss this in the same stuff, but maybe this visual aspect of psychedelic drug is kind of similar to the self, like our perception or like feeling of self is always integrated as one single agent, but sometimes, and normally in a normal state, it's just so stable, but sometimes we can actually make it distributed to society or even like a smaller level, so you can actually focus more like bodily parts, stuff like that. So that I think that there is a good kind of a test bed for this kind of bracketing self using altered state as well.
Very interesting. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I
Maybe
want to bring
Alyssa's
other people
question.
if they have comments. Yeah, go ahead, Yuko.
Alyssa's question seems quite, I'm quite
Oh, thank you.
interested.
Yeah, I forget to. I was making
Machine
notes about what you guys
research.
were talking about. Yeah, I see two questions. Let's start with Paul's maybe. Can we play drugs with psychedelic? Should we consider those drugs as play?
Yeah, I'm positive for that.
Excellent. A good answer. Yes.
But I guess there are some dangers of kind of, I guess, getting a bit addicted.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not,
the thing. Yeah. So I didn't actually emphasize enough, but here I only talk about the serotogenic classic psychedelics, which doesn't have any addiction, like, of course, some other drugs, cocaine, amphetamine has a really strong addictive component, psychoactive component. But I'm just talking about this serotogenic psychedelic doesn't really have, this attraction, emotional or motivational attraction, but still people really enjoying this experience of disintegrating yourself. So as we said, like this is maybe similar to like meditation. So in that sense, I think this is kind of play. That's why it could actually affect or curing the psychiatric condition in like mental disorders. But yeah, this is kind of open question and controversial. I know.
And
Machine
maybe Alyssa's
hallucination.
question.
Yeah,
I'm
I
wondering-
really want to go that direction. Like so far we can only explore the visual aspect. It's just more difficult to, go into sense of self.
Right. Yeah. So the question was about different modalities of hallucinations, and yeah, of course that may link to synesthesia and how you may perhaps freely link if we can understand that better and build tools, different modalities, hearing, seeing and different perceptions of those hallucinations or illusions. And there's a follow-up also to Paul's question: can dreaming while sleeping be considered play? And of course, yes, some of us are involved in some lucid dreaming activities, and that's always fun. Yeah, is that play?
I think lucid dreaming is like a ultimate way of playing. You know, you can do whatever you want. It must be so fun.
I'd say so. The ultimate way is if you are very strong. I guess that's the old thinking about lucid dreaming. You're so strong that you can make anything happen. I've practiced that a fair bit, and with others, I think our experience is in general that we are quite limited still, right? You break free from certain rules. You fly. That usually happens very early on. You reconstruct reality around you. You go through walls and all of that. But at the end of the day, you have to tell that story to yourself, and you have to. It's still very constrained, I would say. There is a so that's linked to another question I have about games. Yeah.
Do you think that's because of your prior, like you have like a thought or a belief of how world or physics works that constrain your?
I think it biases it. So whatever you perceive, it starts from your world model, and you're modifying. My experience is that I modify things not one by one, but slowly, progressively. Okay. Oh, I cannot do that. I can do that. And it takes a while, right? So that's that latency is already sort of perceivable. The question I had about that is whether the game, the rules of the game seem to be limiting. That's often what we say. So also in our work, Yuko and I talk about this isolating yourself from the rules of the world. So you have normally less freedom. You can make less choices, but maybe we can have more freedom. Is that possible? Linking that to those questions and psychedelics too. What do you think? I want to ask that to a phenomenologist also. Maybe Katsunori if he's brave enough, or.
But I think what makes play fun is that are actually the rules. Because we want to find a way to go around those rules. Not in the sense of cheating, but we want to try to see if we can, be creative enough so that we can play with rules. So in that sense, yes, our freedom is constrained by the rules, but we do become creative, I think, because of that sort of because of those constraints.
Any other thoughts? Paul is asking, one of the Pauls is asking, what are the attitudes we need to become the good guest?
Yes, yeah. So Paul is my one of my students in my play class. Hi Paul. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I think in order to become a good guest, you really need to be willing. We often say when we're talking to people, yes, I'm listening to you. But the question is, are we really listening? We're often, we have a lot of expectations about another person. We are often not really trying to stand in the shoes of the other, but really kind of imposing a sort of perspective from where we stand. I mean, in order to really stand in the shoes of the other, you really have to be willing to take off your shoes first, and then to stand in the other person's shoes. And there's something like, imagine you had to really put on another person's shoes. There's something very uncomfortable about that, uneasy about putting on another person's shoes. And likewise, I think in order to really become the guest, you really have to be willing to make that move of taking off your shoes and really try to put yourself in the position of the other. And that, I think that requires a lot of practice of self-detachment, letting go of your beliefs and where you're coming from, which first requires that you become more aware of the beliefs that you hold. I think this self-attachment is a practice, literally a practice. It doesn't just come. It's not something that's easy and it comes to us. It's, you have to practice it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That's why I think, just kind of coming back to Keisuke's point about, you know, some of these psychedelic experiences, that the drugs that you're using are still safe, but nonetheless, I think it's helpful, at least, if it's coupled by some sort of practice, or sort of like, I don't know, practice or discipline, or kind of awareness on the part of the user, that you know, about what they're doing. So they're using this drug to enhance their experience, but they need this ability, I don't know, this kind of reflective capacity and practice to understand what's happening. Otherwise, they're just gonna think that, okay, this is just an experience induced by drugs and that's it, and that's not so, you know, interesting, I feel.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's yeah, you can interpret the experience in a many different way, and I think especially the psychedelic is really important to have like right setting, you know, with some guidance for them.
Yeah. Definitely. Likewise with meditation, it can always be dangerous if you don't have a guide.
Actually, I never succeed to meditate wrongly. I think I need someone to teach me. Or
Yeah.
just guide me.
So there's a side chat in the text chat here about various things with VR inducing auditorial hallucinations and maybe modulating emotions as well. Yeah, I think I find that a very very interesting type of play. Yeah, and my last message was about, I think there are some hypnotic practices that are really, and those are games, really at the basic level. They're just, let's play, pretend, and then you are often surprised how much those become real emotions, because you just a bit like when you simulate a smile, you make yourself happy. You simulate a laughter. You make yourself laugh. It's fake, but then you feel happy from it. And yeah, I think there's a lot of different effects from embodiment to mind, and yeah, placebo effects and so on that are very powerful.
I mean, I didn't talk much about VR XR today, but you know, this kind of technology also really interesting. You can become someone else with them, or put yourself in a totally different context, which is also really important for
nature of the place. And yeah, VR XR itself is like really, I don't know. Maybe it's also related with the detachment, immersion. You can, like normally you just put yourself in a really immersive situation, but same times at some point, somewhere in your brain, you know this is a fake experience, as is in VR. So you kind of detach from your experience because you know this is not real. And yeah, I think VR is just the more obvious for this. But, any kind of media technology, we have some distance from display or things like that. So
very interesting. Yeah, I hope we can maybe dive more into that too. Let's keep that point for the discussion at the end of today. We're hitting time now, and we're going into lunch break. We're taking an hour and a half, and we'll reconvene at 1:30, and then we'll have two speakers first. So Ville and Paul first, and then I'll be giving the last talk, and Keisuke will be moderating. So we'll restart at 1:30, and the session is going to be about playing or being played by the game, agency and play. All right. Happy lunch, everyone.
Great. Thank you. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Hi, Katsumasa. Could I get the host back? Hi, Ville.
Okay.
So I will restart here. Excellent. I'll try to find. Oh, seems like it's still streaming.
Oh, I see that Ville is here now.
Masa, could I get the host back? All right. Looks like we're still streaming, so we're good to go.
Great. So this will be the last session before the final discussion later on, and it will be moderated by Keisuke.
yes, hi. I'm Keisuke Suzuki from Hokkaido University. I'm supposed to moderate this afternoon session entitled "Playing or Being Played by the Game, Agency and Play." And we have two speakers in this session, Vila and Olaf. And the first speaker is Vila. Yeah, the stage is yours. You can start. You have a 15-minute talk and 5-minute question Q&A time.
Yeah, I think we're already breaking the game by dual presenting with Paul simultaneously. So
Hopefully you can see my screen.
Yeah, we're on.
Okay. So this is a collaboration between Ville and myself, coming at it from an interaction design, HCI, systems design kind of perspective, but thinking about the nature of human-machine play in terms of games. Let's move to the first slide. So we actually don't have a strong background in the theory side of play. So one of the first things we did when we started to look at this problem was see what what the definitions of play have to say. And we found two characteristics emerging. So the first one was the rule of fun. So something has to be fun for it to count as play. If it ceases to be fun, it's not play anymore. And also, and this ties into some of the discussion from this morning, the idea that there's a relation between growth and play. So we're asking how these features might evolve when we play with intelligent systems. And the thing is that these systems are challenging the role of us as users too, because we're not just a user now, we're also a data source for these systems to learn. And we're also thinking about what does it mean when us humans exploit machines by trying to break them, because we have this tendency to try and break anything that we get our hands on. Ville, anything you want to add at this point?
Yeah, I think the thing that we will be looking in this presentation is the like combination of human likeness and closest to human playmate, but again still artificial machine component. What happens when there is a, say, malicious action in between when you try to break the system or break the game?
I'll just move on to the next slide. So how to account for the learning aspects of machines within the context of play. Game AI has learned in previous examples how to avoid users' strategies of trying to exploit them. And traditionally, this has happened more over time, where developers have tried to close those loopholes in games, trying to not allow us to exploit the games in particular ways. Maybe users try and exploit bugs. Some games, of course, have cheat modes and things like that that we exploit as well. But we're thinking, like, what if this doesn't happen in years of development time, instead in real time? Would this impact our eagerness to try and break these systems? And these systems at the same time, reacting and trying to learn from how they've been overrun. So the machines themselves become relevant to how you game the system, so how you're trying to break the system. So the idea that we can actually treat these machines as we wish, without any consequences, becomes much more complex. So, what does it mean when the machine starts to react to you trying to break it? How would that change our interaction in this particular situation? Ville.
Back to the game play theory about like learning and learning aspect of that. So I think it's very interesting. Otherwise, like we can learn either as a playmates or players there about how to react to this like learning component of artificial like agent in that side. But on the other hand, it itself is also learning. So it's still tapping into the like key elements of play. And one other thing also in here is that the question, like when the system doesn't react or even reacts to being like to the breaking or game breaking, is it still allowed and designed feature of the system if it knows and can address that?
Yeah. So this led us to ask, well, what are the limits for the rule of fun in this instance? When we looked at the definition, well, something has to be fun, and of course, for the agents involved, it has to be fun, because play is a reciprocal activity. So what does it mean, if a machine is indicating that it has fun? Does that mean that we continue to have fun as well? But what if the system also provides negative feedback? Like if this, if a system cries or complains that we're trying to break it, how would this affect the fun function of play? Like, would the user continue to have fun in this situation, or does it cease to have fun because it knows that the opponent, potentially the AI agent is your opponent? If the machine itself is not having fun, does the user cease to have fun as well? And also, how willing would we be to stimulate these negative feelings of play? As I said, we have a tendency to break things. We like to break systems. We like to, break the things that we play with. I think breaking is actually a part of play in some sense. Can we sort of step out from having a sense of empathy for the machine and think, well, it's just a computer, and continue to play as if it's just, something that won't react and won't feel anything that, like negative feelings or pain or anything like that. Ville.
Yeah, we might even ask, are we only responsible for the rule of fun? So actually, how mutual is the fun and the play? And should we even go from the other side, not breaking the system, but still, should we even be seeing the positive or negative feelings on the other side? So are the system then again manipulating us, and do we accept that kind of is it okay to have the playfulness there through those emotional effects?
Okay. So this leads us to the question, fun for whom? If one of the goals of AI is to understand and even empathize with human emotions, how might the AI feel about attempts to break it? So what, if anything, should be fun from the perspective of the AI? If it observes that the user is enjoying the situation, and is it possible that the AI could enjoy the situation, having fun, when the user itself isn't? And would it understand things like playful teasing? And would the AI itself be able to tease us? I've been thinking about that as well. Moral judgments of user behavior raise interesting questions from both the users and developers' perspectives, because this is something, of course, that the system developers have to think about themselves too. So these capabilities mean the learning machines provide new possibilities and open questions for system designers. Like, how would you feel as a system designer knowing that someone's trying to upset your AI, for example? Ville.
Yeah, and I think this age is full of good examples about that especially when we have more and more intelligence machines and systems, and also on those generative agents and chat bots, we have seen that many of the users try to break the system. That's part of the fun of these systems, that they are buggy and they are really limited. But again, because that behavior is also so well known, so it could be easy to design for. And I think from ChatGPT, the dark side of ChatGPT was really a good example about that, and how people continuously try to game the system, that they could break the limiters on the system, and still it was interactive play within the developers and the users to find and then again limit the rules, how you can game the system to go beyond the rules. So that actually became a totally new design challenge for the system also. And it was a huge disappointment for the online community when the system started to be much more rigorous and didn't break so easily.
So that
wasn't the intent. Yeah, please go on, Bob.
I was just going to add, for those who don't know, there's a version of ChatGPT called DAN, which is an abbreviation for Do Anything Now, which doesn't have a lot of the constraints that the public version of ChatGPT has, which that opens up all kinds of possibilities of how you can try and break it or exploit it. And just we finished a few minutes early, but it's worth saying that this work we're hoping to present in more of an HCI kind of context, and possibly do some user testing with the prototype, seeing how users respond when they try and break the system, and the AI gives them a response to that attempt. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes with some actual real test cases.
I have been working in say closed lab environment with user stories where we expose in a role play setting users to morally stressful situation when they have either something to lose in the game. For example, there might be emotional feedback, or even cut off from the game agent, or then a social or moral, I would say, stakes in the game, and seeing how this kind of breaking tendency is there, especially when there is a heavy emotional feedback coming back.
So that's all we've got. We got through it quicker than we intended.
Yeah, and we can also have some like a commercial break here. So we will be continuing this work in this conference this summer at Copenhagen, where we see what performative arts can bring to the table when the machine is, I would say, animated, either to theatrics or even as a robot. So how that embodied agent will change the play.
So that's designing interactive systems, which is one of the top HCI conferences for those who aren't sure what this is. That's it, I think. That's all we've got.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul and Villa. And we have actually 9 minutes time for a question or comment. If anybody wants to. Oh, Katsunori. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I actually want some clarifications about the eagerness to break the system that you were talking about. I personally don't really resonate with. Do you hear me?
Oh, yes, yeah, we can.
Yes, okay, good. Yeah, I personally don't really relate to that eagerness to break something when you're playing with it. It feels like if you're having fun playing with something, you don't want to break it because you want to play with it. So I don't really understand what you're saying by this eagerness to break. So can you elaborate a bit more on that? Maybe an example would help.
Mm.
Yeah, we had 2 examples actually that we have been using. For example, for Age of Empires 2 strategy game, there was long time there was this 2 types of players there. Those who wanted to exploit the limitation of the old AI model in there. So we are talking about 1999. And the game was very different for those who try to play the system as intended, as designed. So what happened in the gaming community, then they developed a new bot for the game that was actually mimicking the human type of behavior. So exploiting those things that the player who would play by the rules would get stuck. And one other thing that we have been using to like showcase the breaking tendency is the speed running. So it creates totally new type of game when you try to speed run a game as fast as possible by using the bugs in the system. So there is a strong genre also for breaking and exploiting the game. And of course, when you go for like one-to-one or one-to-machine situation, then there's like the tendency is totally different, but it's still there. And like also there are academic papers about chatbot behavior, and like we are really creative of inventing stuff and trying to do stuff with those chatbots that they were not intended to do. So maybe the definition of game might be different here, or the play setting, but these tendencies are there.
I see. Yeah, maybe so. It's more for me. It's more about the definition of breaking. It felt like if you're breaking a system, you're like say to me it sounded like demolishing it. Yeah. But maybe it sounds like a more like updating the game, or maybe changing the rules of game is actually another way of playing. Might be the thing that you were suggesting in my words, but yeah, thank you for the clarification.
I think you're really like breaking the game, meaning breaking the rules, breaking the intended, designed game setting.
I mean, when I was a kid, I mean, when I was playing, really simple games on my PC, like back in the 80s, like I was always trying to figure out what would actually cause the program to crash. I don't know if this is just me, but like certain keyboard combinations and things like that, or trying to discover hidden modes as well, because there's always like the cheat modes or God mode in a game. You're trying to because there was no internet back then, of course. We just had to try and find that stuff out for ourselves. So you're always trying to test where the limits of the game actually lied. So to me, that's what I had in mind with the breaking aspect. Yeah. And even things like I've been trying to get ChatGPT to swear at me, just things like that, like utterly childish, of course, but like trying to find the limits of where do the behaviors, be constrained in the AI?
No, I think also in the play setting, because I think it has been already present in this this seminar, that the rules are so like fluid and in motion when you play. So again, then actually what is the breaking and how the system can, we as a human agent, we can react to, okay, that now the rules are saying that we are still playing, but the game might change. But when you have a like bit more stable system and program system with the programmed behavior, so how well it can react to that kind of like fluidness of rules. And I think that's the like where actually we reach the limit with these artificial agents.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
I was just going to say as well, like I started to think about this in terms of what Yuko was saying earlier before about the host and guest of the game. I think that dynamic in our situation might be very interesting too. So that's, maybe we can save that conversation for later.
I have a quick one, which is if there is time.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Which is how do you feel about, instead of saying breaking the game, I sort of like it because it sounds like hacking, which it is, I think, right? But what about getting out of the game? Or changing the boundaries of the game, something like that, because it would refer more to what Yuko was saying earlier.
Possible. Of course, there's not so much like anarchy on those. It's more about like what game is that, like you change the boundaries as the game evolves. But yeah, but maybe we were too stuck with the like gaming language where the breaking the game is an existing term. But yeah, totally possible.
I just like the sound of it as well, breaking.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, sorry if I'm right.
Oh no, go ahead.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, breaking the game. So in breaking the game, I think there's definitely an element of you're still a player, right? You are still committing yourself to the rules, despite it relates to the comment I made about distinguishing a cheater from a spoil sport. So a cheater is still someone who respects the rules of the game, whereas spoil sport, they just say they're kind of from the outside. They're looking at the game from the outside, saying there's no meaning in these rules, right? And so they're kind of taking the magic away from the games. Someone who breaks the game is still a player in that sense, I think. So they're still immersed. Yeah.
It just
There's
reminds
like
me.
role of
Sorry.
about the evolvement, and like usually you are not just straight away to break, like you don't want straight away to break the game, but if actually you want to learn the system, that then you can exploit it. So there's like you're really immersed in the system. But yeah, please continue.
It just reminds me of I think the recent RTA, like real-time attack for I think Mario Brothers. They use like hot plate to physically heat up the computer to actually flush the like memory or something. It's just break in a totally different dimension. It's physically heat up the hardware. So I think that's kind of, sometimes breaking is just kind of beyond what the developer assumed to the people play. So, and they still play. They are actually still within the competition. How quickly can clear the game. So I think that's a two different thing. I think it's a good point too. Whether you actually don't stop playing or you hack, but still within some kind of rule.
But I think then we get into really interesting thing that's still, so there's, I would say there's love for the game, love for the sport that you really want to invest in it. But then the behavior is like you are trying to, again, still break it. So it's really interesting that you are heavily invested in the game, but still you do those like even harmful behaviors like heating and maybe overheating sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting, like comparison between those.
I'm just seeing
Okay.
a comment.
Oh, yeah.
One of our students from GLA is just asking if the players breaking the game are cheaters or if they're game changers. I think we're trying to sort of shift it to being like the game is evolving in response to their attempts to breaking. Just to answer that very quickly.
And that's how we would look back to the human play.
Yeah.
Like often kids start with something and then the rules go around, but they still end up in other place, but still the game and play goes. So
yeah.
And basically we are asking, can that happen with these intelligent machines, that we end up through the game to learning from each other in mutually exchanging somewhere else that we intended? And is that still acceptable?
We'd better stop
Okay.
now.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
very much. It's time, so yeah, let's move to Olaf. Yeah, let's continue the discussion in a panel after this talk. So yeah, so Olaf, you have again 15 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A. Please go ahead.
Amazing. It will be even easier if I unmute myself. How does it look? All right. So I thought I would talk about something playful today, and it's about randomness and how that relates to concepts of play, of course, but also agency, which is something I study in my researcher's life, I guess. So first, I guess to situate things, we often view chance as a part of games, but there is a spectrum that we visualize this way normally, right? There is luck and there is skill, and if you are more on the luck side, then the player's skill doesn't influence much the outcome of the game. Whereas if you are more on the game of skill part of the spectrum, then most of the game is determined by the player's skill set and skill level. And when I say skill level, it sounds like it's a spectrum, but of course it's more complex than that, and it's probably more of a multidimensional kind of picture. And it's maybe you can picture that here it's 2 dimensions, but maybe it's many more, right? Many skills, many types of skills, but also many types of luck. So it could be initial cards that you are dealt, repeated throwing dice and so on, external conditions, interaction with other players that create some kind of noise and even chaos. I noticed that there's something in the chat. Please, yeah, tell me if there's something, and I'll interrupt myself, but for now I won't look. Then I guess the picture sort of breaks down when we think of certain games that are normally skill-based games, like chess. Every player just moves a piece, right? There is no luck involved. It's only our minds that are playing. And yet there's a lot that involves luck in a way. So you could use unconventional openings, and then your opponent doesn't really know what to do now. And what they are going to do is something really random, because yeah, they might as well throw a dice, and they will throw a mental dice. Maybe you reach the same kind of results if you complicate the game. So I have examples from Go here for people who prefer. I really like Go. I enjoy all sorts of games. You could complicate the game or use trick plays, and that has the same kind of effect. So gambits, time pressure, bluffing, all of those are part of gameplays, and they introduce elements of luck that is not supposed to be there. So there's something in our definition that is wrong, and a lot of that might be at the end of the day connected to cognitive limitations of humans and how we frame the definition of the game with respect to how humans are supposed to play that, and how humans embed themselves and immerse themselves inside the game. Some of that obviously evokes free will, It does sound a lot like there is some kind of link between when I say players in a game, playing a game, and it sounds like whether we it's like the question of us having or not the choice to do what we do. So a lot of that within the purview of the game ask those kind of large, grand questions that are actually very difficult for physicists and philosophers. But there is some of that in there. It relates to predictability, and it's hard to predict one's own behavior, and you're surprised by your own behavior within gameplay very often, right? Although you produced it. And it might be, again, part of the pressure or any other factors that I mentioned. It might be due to injections of noise. And we find, again, the sort of balance between, on the one end, randomness, and the other side, control. And that's something that is, I would say, ubiquitous in many fields. There is often this sort of trade-off, and they have different names, but they look very much the same. And I'll mention a bit more about that later. The decision is very important here, right? So it seems like something random doesn't involve a decision. And a decision can come from outside the game or inside the game. And I find that very interesting. The illustration on the left is just me attempting to have a sort of picture for an in-game entity that would decide of something that is playing chess itself, right? I'm thinking of something like the cellular automata, for those who are familiar with artificial life, or some kind of creature that is within the simulation, a non-playing character, perhaps, that is within the game, but that makes decisions. And randomness is a little bit like that. Perhaps also you can make references within the game to something outside the game, and video games have a lot of what do you call those, Easter eggs and references to other games that existed before, or pop culture and so on. And here you could play Go, and it sounds like you're jumping out of the purview of the game, right? Out of the circle and back in the circle, a bit like related to the question I asked to Villa and Paul earlier. So I had this in mind, sort of. So how do we define this randomness? I want to disclaimer, I'm going to be very disappointing here. I think it's very difficult to define. I went to encyclopedias and so on. And in general, there's something that refers to a lack of pattern or predictability in events. And it often points at that direction. But I want to insist that, well, first, the origin of those words. So I looked at other languages too. So as you can hear from my accent, I master the French language, or not really, but I speak it a little bit. And it sounds like we have the same problems there. A lot of that refers to dice, or something like that kind of game, or gambling, something like that. And it seems like there is a sort of opposition between something that is random, that brings information, and something that takes information away, or that brings causality, or explains it, or takes it away. I'll explain that in a second. It seems like it is also opposed to our view of a deterministic world, and within the most of physics nowadays, that is deterministic. It's hard to conceive of randomness, really. It's a very grand question, so I want to point that out. The last thing that is probably the most important that is blocking me in this kind of understanding is language. And I think language concerning randomness, everything around this, from hasard or aléa or something, all is very vague, and it feels like it's hiding the truth behind a lot of layers of cultural meanings. And I want to point that out, which is fascinating to me, but also very blocking. So it seems like it points to causality somehow, and seems like randomness is pointing to an event that doesn't have a cause. So a cause without a cause, what is that? another way to say that is that which may not have happened. And yeah, so there's a few references here, but essentially the way I view this is a sort of graph of causality. So you have a sort of arrows, and they mean this A caused B, right? And then you track back what caused A. Then maybe D caused A, and maybe I don't know, M caused D, and you track back, and you can never stop. It sounds like the child's play of your kids pestering you with, but why? And at some point you are going to come back to the origins of physics and the universe and philosophy and metaphysics, and then you'll have to stop, except if you want to add a god or an oracle. And that's really the limits where we are. Those games have no end, and we have to deal with that. Or create a sort of Deus ex machina, which we might be willing to do. Defining randomness can be done through some tricks in physics. I think that's very interesting too. I'm mentioning two examples just to give you a flavor. Don't worry, I won't insist too much into the computer sciencey stuff, but maybe you heard of Kolmogorov complexity. It has different names. Essentially, it's the notion of incompressibility of randomness. So you would look for the most effective description of a certain sequence of characters, for example, like we have here on the right. If it's really random, you cannot compress it. You cannot describe it very shortly. Like you would in the first example, you can just say something about the succession of A and Bs. But in the second case, it's really random. And so you can't compress it into a shorter description. So there's this notion of compression being possible or not. This, I would say, it's important to remark the same thing. It's within the realm of one description language, which is super interesting. The other thing is using information theory has the same kind of issues of limitations, because randomness in that would require you start with defining your random variables. First thing you do. So example, throwing a coin, you toss a coin. Saying that is you define the rules of the game already. So you define what you care about in the game, which is there are two possible outcomes. One variable, two outcomes. It's either heads or tails. That's it. But if you determine that you care about the angle of the coin or anything like that, then you changed your random variable, and now your description is very different. So is your Kolmogorov complexity and so on, right? So you follow where I'm pointing at. So it really depends on our framing, and as we change the framing, we change the game, and sometimes we change it implicitly, which is wonderful. What this points to me is that in this graph, we talked about decisions right before. Sometimes, so first, all those decisions are part of the general rules of the game. And this might limit our freedom, or maybe I added the question mark, or more freedom. I don't know. Maybe it adds freedom. But in general, our thinking is that it limits it in some way, in a different way than the real world. And within that, you may replace, see the little randoms there? Some arrows can be replaced by random arrows where players are not involved. And therefore, you can't track back things the same way you track them back into a player. You track them back into a different player. That is the random oracle. Or maybe there are several oracles. There are several dice and several sources of randomness. But now they're just other players. So it looks like you're playing with different minds inside your game now. And I'm showing this because I like the prediction picture. You know, you can if you heard me say this before, you can close your ears. There's the process of carcinization in biology, where a lot of designs are convergent, right? And therefore may be predictable. If you know the environment, there are some solutions that will often appear in biology regardless. of your strand. Maybe you are this made of this kind of substrate or the other, you're going to converge. And in chess, it's the same. You could predict whatever opening you're using. You can actually converge towards controlling the center is going to be important. Promoting a piece is going to be important. There are some things that are predictable, and we can predict our own behaviors in games in this way. So prediction has a big role to play in there. But if you cannot predict, it looks like it's random to you. I want to refer to, I added this slide after Keisuke's talk because he has this board, and this, to me, it looks like a board, a Go board, of course, a Goban, right? Am I over time, actually? I just have a couple of slides left of it. I forget when we started. So
yeah, you're just the time, so you can have another one.
Yeah, I'll finish up. So you have this Go board, and this represents a sort of bottleneck in how you convey meaning through that. And I think this is very interesting about how the other can reinterpret your own mind. And there's this theory of mind game that you can play with very different creatures. There's one research that we did at my lab. And some of that, so Keisuke and I talked a lot about basically the illusions of conscious will. And there are examples of you playing the game, but thinking that you are the other character, or misinterpreting basically agency. And you can misinterpret, misattribute randomness for something else and vice versa, which is a big part of some games. I want to relate that to living systems in biology as well, where exploration plays a big role. And I will end on this. It's that in biology, like many explorations, many searches of large spaces, serendipity plays a large role. And greatness cannot be planned, some say. And sometimes you can, those lead into breaking the game. I'm giving the example of a DeepMind here, where evolutionary-like patterns, right, went into finding tricks to exploit some physical bugs. Basically, you exploit whatever substrate is available to you. And yeah, you create new inventions that seemed impossible before. And maybe that's the nature of innovation. This might wrap up. Hard to define randomness. It's very similar to agency. I think we should care about perception of randomness in gameplay. I think plays a big game, a big part of the game, and serendipity supporting creativity as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Olaf. We have 2 minutes for Q&A, so let's take some question, but gradually move into the panel. So any question, like either speaker is fine.
Based on this presentation, in game setting, can randomness be seen only as a perception question? So if you cannot perceive what the other side is doing, are you going to the random space? Basically to the unknown.
I think so. So if you can't perceive, if you don't know, if there is uncertainty, then it can be felt as randomness or as the presence of something else that is doing something. And it's interesting. So there's a game that I didn't refer to, which is the perceptual crossing game, where you have to recognize whether in this very limited, simple video game, there is another human playing or not. And it feels like this is, you could also play this game with detection of randomness. Do you feel like it's random or there are rules? And yeah, it feels like those are related.
If I may continue. Also, I think this could be present when you have a skilled player and a new player. So from new player perspective, everything might seem a bit random because you might not know the rules quite well. You might know the resetting, but other way around, the skilled player has used a really calculated gameplay, and then you have someone who is just exploring the setting. I think the randomness goes both ways also in that way.
I like that. I really like that. there is something very annoying to, I think, poker players, that there's such thing as beginner's luck, right? And it's some people say they can smell it. It's or in those games, I think maybe it's the same because you're still perceiving the distribution of something, some entity within the game. Whether it's a player that is a beginner, you can smell the beginnerness in them, in their distribution of play. Yeah, I think there's something in there that is. So is it different or is it the same? I'm not sure, but there's a lot in common.
I have some comment to Ralph. Is it okay?
Yeah.
I just wonder, like when you talk about randomness from the complex system point of view, there's sometimes, the divergence between randomness and complexity when you especially talk about Kolmogorov entropy. Sometimes entropy going up when it's going to complete randomness, but complexity measured by algorithmic what's called complexity, it's like a peak in the middle. So I just wonder, are you distinguish between just pure randomness and there's some structure inside?
That's interesting. I wonder which one we should care about more, right? So it's yeah. So for those who haven't heard that before, I think the right metaphor to understand it very quickly is usually a cup of coffee with milk. As you add in the milk at the beginning, the milk and the coffee are not mixed, right? So it's perfectly orderly. It's the order is maximal, but then the entropy starts going up, right? And if you call that complexity, and you might, because it's more complex to describe the thing in a Kolmogorov way, right? So in a minimal, incompressible kind of message way. Now you get this mix, and in the middle, what you observe is those beautiful patterns of milk being in coffee. It's really chaotic patterns. It's beautiful. And at the end, all you see is café au lait, like just brown, brown thing. And it's not so complex, interesting anymore. So where's the complexity? Mathematically, microscopically, it's at the end, where you reach the end of the process. But actually, observably for a human, is the mesoscale is in the middle. That's where you have the maximal kind of interestingness, the life, like all the things, the stars and living systems on every system. So yeah, I think that's the same kind of question. I think both, you could advocate for both depending on where your player is. If your player is on the microscopic scale, or if it's, I think usually it's in the mesoscale and it cares about the beautiful patterns of coffee, of milk and coffee.
Cool. Yeah, let's start panel then. Like any topic you guys want to raise, or I mean, all of you can start something if you want.
Yeah, I was thinking that the evolutionary thing, I think, made contact with breaking the game. How biology often invents things that completely break the previous rules, right? Like once you have cell membranes, all of a sudden life is different. You don't have to do chemistry that diffuses in water or any liquid, or when you invent wings, you can climb. Yeah, you can climb trees in a different way. Like so every invention this way breaks the previous game completely. And all of that is discovered through random search somehow. And I feel like that's a nice point of contact.
I have a bit more technical background. Maybe Paul can also comment from design perspective. I was thinking about, like, yes, this kind of like evolving is happening, especially also like if you compare the game industry, like we have many generations now of like active players, and we have seen how things, like we were also referencing the Super Mario, and it's still there. So it has evolved as its own game and also reinvented in that way. But I was thinking from AI perspective and the guidelines and regulations that we are having, they emphasize that we need to prepare for the unexpected. So I think that's really interesting. Like it's a requirement for that there will be evolution, and you don't know what it will be, but the requirement for the developer is that you are prepared for something that you cannot prepare for. So I think it's a really interesting setting, and you kept comparing to the biology. Paul can comment more from the design perspective. What does it mean to design for the randomness or the random outcome of through evolution? But I like from purely engineering point of view, the more like strongest cure for the randomness is to kill the project, kill the thing. So then you don't need to regulate anymore the randomness because it goes away and you're free to invent something new.
Yeah, I think that randomness, from my perspective, I was thinking exactly how the AI would react if you are trying to break it and it shows some awareness of that attempt to break it. We don't know what that reaction is going to be. You know, to what extent, you know, does the game, you know, implode at that point? Like, does the AI just think, I don't want to do this anymore? Or, you know, who knows how it's going to react? And a developer, like, how do they consider this possibility as well? Like, how do they account for how the play will turn if, you know, it's like from the perspective of the AI, it's a negative experience? No idea.
It's
Basically.
something that it's strongly coming because the regulation is pushing for that we need to prepare for it.
I also wonder in terms of randomness, you know, like a physical, or I don't know what it's called, like materiality. I heard I think latest Legend of Zelda Nintendo engineer created all the gimmicks and the gadget using physics engine. So the player actually can find you know, the kind of new combination to use the tool. You know, that's something you can do with like symbolic or like traditional computational way. You know, because it's all working in a physics and material way. So I think sometimes I found it really interesting in a physical world. You can actually find a lot of potential, like indefinite potential to cheat, or, you know, if you define something in a digital way, you can only combine these like combinatorial way. But physics is just I don't know, it's important continuousness or like being a material. You know, you can plug the lock into the small piece with them, and you can find a different way to use, you know, material as other objective. I sometimes think that's really important to make like kind of open-endedness come from this kind of continuous property, or I don't know. It's just to me sometimes it's kind of dimension is kind of infinite in a physical system, whereas when you define something in a program, you need to define the variable first with a
Just a variable, but how you describe. I think all of the example with the language was really good because program is limited by the language. But then when we create like physical things, we create physics. It's of course that we are setting the rules, but we are no longer describing with the language. You are setting by parameters. So I think that's also the big notion and difference there.
The point is how to make a room for people can play with, you know, just degree of freedom in a physical system is much, much larger than when you know, just program in a normal way.
Yeah. I think there is a difference between so even physics are limited, right? And they might be discrete, who knows? And if that's the case, yeah, then maybe it's not that different. What is then I wouldn't concentrate on infinity. I would concentrate on indefinitely scalability. So something indefinitely scalable doesn't depend on really like you counting the number of possibilities for say you know, our world, like, or this, you know, our planet, this in the solar system. But you're saying that if you were to incorporate a bit more, can we have a system in which this this algorithm can create indefinitely more solutions? So this is the important part, I think. I don't know if I made sense.
I'm still maybe stuck with the language, but still, like if we compare natural world and then digital, we need to describe it. So basically, our language is best attempt to describe, and physics also is best attempt to describe the natural world. But when we go for digital and any kind of like parameter set world, basically we are seeing the world as our limitations. So, and that's already, it's creating limitation and structure. So I think then again, we are observing different kind of randomness when we try to like replicate it in a digital system.
That's right. I think that's right. Yeah, I think Paul was talking about how you can break ChatGPT, and there are different ways to do that. There are like that open way, or different strategies to the security ways to exploit. I think is the term, right? The system. What you can do is you can what you want to create is a sort of virus of or a parasite of physics, whatever they are, so that they can take advantage of something in there. It doesn't matter if it's real physics, excuse me, real physics, or if it's a digital physics. It's going to exploit, find a way to break out of that. It feels like that's exactly what you guys were pointing at. That kind of breaking the original rules. Yeah, something like that.
Exist like those rules that are not visible by breaking. For example, if you talk about game physics engine, like we hit the limit when our computational power often, like your computer is saying like no more, please. There's no game limit, for example, how much you can combine and build stuff, but it becomes too hard to calculate on compute. So I think that again, I think those are, you can break the rules also by breaking the explicit spoken out rules, but also the rules of resources. And I think that also happens if you come back to the like kids playing out. Like it might feel that there is all the time in the world, but sometimes you are called back to home, back for the dinner, and that really is a set parameter that you cannot break, but it's not maybe visible during the gameplay.
That's interesting, yeah.
Oh, there's one question from Riven in YouTube. Can you see, Olaf?
Right. As in your coffee mixing example, Olaf, in CA, we often see that interesting rules are characterized not by continuously high entropy, but by entropy that varies over time and space. That's very interesting. It might be equivalent to changing the rules progressively as the game advances, something that I almost heard you guys suggest, right? Well, if anything, you create the next game, and that's exactly what you did. Yeah, that's very interesting. And so in CAs or in other yes, similar dynamical systems, it could be changing the entropy, or like Villa, you just said, or I rephrase that as having a different space where you extract Gibbs free energy from, right? So your whatever players or it could be creatures living on that plane now are extracting ways of interacting and doing stuff in a different way. But the space is fixed, right? It's just the way that you can access the energy depends on the players that you have in there. And you're not really changing the rules as much as you're trying to find the way to break them. And then you build something on top. And that maybe that's a sort of engine building kind of scenario And I wonder if the CA parts that can be considered as the same as a it's a sort of engine building to have this bridge back to games.
Great. We have 5 more minutes.
Just have a sort of comment to what Olaf was saying earlier about randomness being like a cause without a cause. So Heidegger, when he talks about play, he talks about how in play, if you ask a child what they're playing, why they're playing, they'll just say because it's fun, right? You can't really even answer. So play is without why, he says, Heidegger says. So play, there's a kind of irrationality or non-rationality to play, I think. And yeah, I was just thinking that if this kind of irrationality is like a core part of play, then perhaps randomness also is, in that sense, very much a core part of play.
And replaying, and those kind of like taking for more from like great stories and sagas, like people have been repeating and repeating the same stories, same characters, same like plays around that, and it's still seen, even though it's very predictable, it's seen as an interesting play. Like, so I think would that then break the requirement or like angle of randomness? Of course, there are like new, for example, humans playing or reacting something. Then they are new humans in a new situation, and it does that make it really interesting? So I think that might be an angle to address this one.
So I have a question based on that. So that's really about your talk. So the fun part of your talk, what is fun, right? There is a utilitarian kind of interpretation of fun being evolutionary evolved, and maybe it has a sort of function even if it's hidden, right? So that it would be selected for, and that kind of story in which anything fun is usable outside the game for something else. My skill in calculating in chess, I can use for my job in finance or something, or something like that. On the other end, maybe there's something we are attracted to new information, and we're attracted to surprise, and we want to be not always scared. I guess there are horror movies or there's a genre of games like that, but really want to see something new. Oh, this and all that. And maybe there's info taxes in all kind of living systems as well. And they're not necessarily opposed to each other, right? Maybe it's the same picture of seeking entropy or seeking entropy, and those are the two types of randomness I talked about. I wonder if that refers to that. Like, is that yeah? Maybe that's a very strong link between the fun and the randomness now. Again, yeah, I said that maybe not very clearly. I apologize.
Does the randomness itself, do you think that's what actually adds to the fun?
That would be the fun, by definition.
That is, yeah, that adds to the fun.
That's right.
So I was thinking about one of the earlier sessions, like differentiating between like free play and play that happens, like in a learning context. And even a game, of course, has rules. I think I'm not familiar with the term very well, but I think ludus was the term that was used.
Ludens?
Yeah, for a game that has particular parameters. But what I'm wondering with our example, if when the AI is catching up to the attempt to break it, there's an element of free play, or the randomness being free play perhaps, before the rules kind of reestablish themselves in a new way. If that maybe that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I just thought of this right now.
also kicks in. Like when you learn about setting them, then there is some kind of novelty. Like who is the one who learns from the setting and then redefines it? Of course, like there's strong agreement that like play is like really organic system, so that it's really hard to totally control because there needs to be the like freedom and agency there also. But still, I think it's the who can take leverage of that like free play setting. Maybe free fall would be the better term. Like you need to reinvent the game or the game ends basically. And then like who have like it's not just about the game, I think, in that way. If you talk like it's also about how you know about the like maybe the social side of game, so how far the players can go. And I think Olaf also commented that this from tabletop games, like you want to test your like people sitting next to you to know what are actually not just the game rules but the social rules of the players. So that could be also like really important. Like we still seek for some kind of like structure. I think social randomness would be really like we can take it to the limit some amount, but if there is like totally random player on the table, maybe he or she won't be joining next time.
Okay, let's stop here and we have 15 minutes break and start again at 2:45 p.m. in Japan time. So thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Let's close
See you
this
in
session.
15.
Thank you. All right. Is everyone back? Sorry, we went over a bit.
It's like the
Time
question
because
of whether people are awake. Are you awake?
you're weak.
Barely.
That's right.
Yeah, Olaf and I had already started our panel discussion downstairs. We didn't realize the time. Sorry about that. So we have half an hour for a final discussion and a roundtable discussion where we can continue the discussion that we kind of had to stop earlier, or other questions that we have for other speakers, or any questions really. We kind of I didn't want to structure it so much in the spirit of play. I think we can
Just have one quick question to Vera and Paul. You guys talking about, we can maybe make machine having fun. And I just wonder how we can actually define the machine can experience being fun. I like the idea, but yeah, just wonder. Is it just like we can create I'll say we can develop some agent using reinforcement learning to set the value function to evolve in certain direction. But I think there's a difference between some machine can be evolved into, I'll say, seeking into some value, or do they actually having fun?
I think the discussion coming from ethics and AI ethics, the answer is quite clear. It's more about mimicking or reflecting for the human. So it's expressing fun, but maybe not having fun. And then I think Olaf might have a better to answer that bit more, running like what can be done, how far the agency can be. But from our perspective, we have been more exploring like what if the system or machine expresses or mimics the behavior that we as humans recognize fun.
Do you mean
or enjoyable?
You mean they don't need to be having fun, just looks like having fun is maybe enough.
I think this is a big question, like, and goes to the machine consciousness discussion that we didn't really go into. But there might be someone here with better expertise on that. But from our discussion, we were just looking at it as a platform to express those and see how. Maybe our focus was really on the human aspect, really strongly on the human aspect. So how do we behave when we see or hear something? And I think like it's like we were also discussing the design conference example that we will be working with performing arts. It's interesting to see that does, for example, suffering differentiate if we see machine suffering or actor suffering? Is there something different, or with the game? Like, is there enjoyment and fun?
I think.
Can we feel that there's a genuine fun from the human? But what if when you go for actual like theater setting, a play setting, when you know that this might not be the real feeling of the actor, but that's what they are expressing. So is there a difference? Does machine or actor or character express? And that's the next level of our work, and that's how we approach this like rule of fun with machines to and like actor's role. But yeah, I think I can continue much more on this setting, but I think it's good that we open discussion more. I used my time to scroll to the live stream on YouTube and the discussion, and I think Yuko's work on the guest and host seems to be intriguing, and it was also brought up in our discussion, so maybe we should return to that one.
Yeah, I guess related to that point, there was a comment in the YouTube channel about that. What about, so the question was, what about, the host guest play between our mind, or one mind, and a theory of mind that represents another mind, right? So I think Ueda would say, from a Japanese philosophical perspective, in order to have a genuine understanding of the other, then you cannot stop at theory of mind. You need to really kind of chuck that, because that still belongs to you. It's your representation, and we need to directly get in contact with the other. So but I think for example, in the context of game of skill, it's very important, and also very that's all, you know, it's very interesting to play around with that, it's very important that you have this kind of theory of mind of the other person, what they're thinking, and you predict and expect what they're doing, and then based on that you get feedback, and then so I think that's quite interesting in that regard.
Is there ever a fight for who's host and who's guest? Like who's in
Is there
control?
one?
Like what if there's a fight between who's host and guest? Who's
I think where there's, yeah, well, in like interpersonal relationships, right, like in dialogue or something, there's constantly there's often, let's say, a desire to be the host all the time. No, we want to speak, we want to be the speaker, and less a willingness to really become the listener, to really let other people speak and to listen. And I think that's the point that Ueda was underlying, the difficulty of leaving the role of the host.
and allowing yourself to be the guest.
That's right.
Because I wonder what this might mean for our game. Like if the sorry, our game situation. Will the AI be happy to sit back in some way, essentially? At least, you know, temporarily.
Or like this host guest is very like human stated thing, and there's because there's the empathy like really tightly connected to that. But what we are doing also, that basically to access the like game breaking, you need to step aside the whole empathy side and just like not see the other there. And I think that's what we have been working on. Like when you try to break the system, there might be respect, but it's not respect by actions. It's you might respect the complexity or how challenging it is to break, but still you are going against, you are doing something for your guest that maybe the guest was not expecting, and that's how you break the system. Like for example, like social standards, you are doing something random and weird, and then to access the break state. And then I think empathy is not the tool for game breaking, jailbreaking.
But
really, no, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, Villa, at some point, I think you need to explain your background. It's hypnotizing. I know what it is, but I'm wondering if you should explain for us.
I think Alyssa mentioned what it was now. It is hypnotizing.
Actually, that is my founding Academy of Finland project. I'm working on a bug called project that actually Paul is part of the steering group, and while we are focusing on privacy and ethics of everyday user systems. So for example, like when we engage with social media or similar systems, so what role does privacy and privacy experience and ethics have in there? And our work is symbolized by the bug, and that's our background there.
But
that's a bug dance,
or not by design. What I was going to say, I think, was yeah, there's probably a happy medium between both. So I sort of like the idea that you're pushing here. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but it's close to it, about the player wanting to be surprised, and it goes nicely with fun as the stuff that we talked about before, fun as being functional, as the player wanting to seek, performing infotaxis, basically looking for helpful new information about the world. But now, if you cannot incorporate that into your world model, it must be frustrating. Like when you're playing a game, but you don't know what you're playing, and everybody is so strong at the game now that there is no ladder for you to get into this in a meaningful way. So I think there is a sort of happy medium between very predictable, that is very boring, and very unpredictable, where everything is novel, that is extremely overwhelming. So there must be somewhere in between where you can dance. And I think that's where the play is possible. And there must be an area where the play is the most fun as well. And yeah, so I think, I wonder where it is and what the pattern of the dance is.
That kind of reminds me of flow states as well, that it only occurs in a certain region where something is challenging enough, but it's a challenge that you're meeting. Whereas if the task becomes too complex, it's no longer, you're no longer in the flow state.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think your example made me think about Dragon Slayer arcade game from the 80s. That was extremely challenging. There was randomness, how the game progressed. There were rules, but those were not delivered in a normal way. You couldn't really distinguish there was no options menu. It was just like super fluid rowing, and you were unsure, are you actually controlling the character at all? So but still it was super challenging, not really clear rules. It felt really random, but people were still spending a lot of coins to that, or like in the 80s also. So it's I think I think that we might be overlooking the social aspects outside of the game or play, that you want to be engaged. For example, there might be a trendy thing to do, or there was social demand to be engaged, and then you are engaging with the game or play, not to the play itself, but for the setting around that.
Yeah, I will voice what is being said in the chat. I'm really interested in that as well. Is there, whatever settings there are to a very immersive flow state conducive game, and where that is situated in between, if that's the spectrum, or in terms of predictability. Yeah, I like the examples of instruments a lot.
I'm thinking now there's a few cases where I've had the flow state. Certainly playing music is one. Probably in a game, actually, probably like the previous Zelda, like Breath of the Wild. I think I had it very briefly at one point when I first started playing that. And when I played tennis as a kid, actually. Yeah. Like I think it just works. It's a very interesting experience, actually. Like it feels amazing. I mean, I think a lot of research now is trying to be look at how to actually induce that state. For elite athletic performance.
Yeah.
This might connect back what we were talking about, the fun and of the game, and game being important for the game itself. I think for me, I think flow, something that is self-feeding. It's feeding, like, and that might be the problem of replicating and transforming flow to other states, because flow state is so intriguing because it's fun for itself. It's good for itself. But what if you try to like use it as a tool, for example, for better work performance, better like sport performance? So then you are going again outside of the game or play setting, and that might be killing the flow.
How can you export the flow, right? Or exit the game with maintaining that? Something. So the easy examples are skills that you transfer, but I think there is something better. You can maintain really the flow of that game and port that into other play, right? From one circle to the other. Is that, yeah. Do we have examples of that? I'm just making this up, I think.
Mine was maybe like, if you look at top athletes that doing their rituals or listening to something, like trying to tap maybe the past flow by repeating things that they felt that really gave them the drive. Could be one.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I often refer to Go because I played a lot of that, and somehow the concepts became a language for me to also solve problems, or I refer to words like initiative or thickness in normal life, and those don't mean anything. It's just this feeling that yeah, those relations that exist within the game, I poured them somehow outside into life decisions. Those have, but that's one of the rare ones. Maybe music.
Because I think the challenge aspect is really important with flow. I was looking at the chat at the same time.
Is challenge like surprise? A surprise that you learn?
Because I remember the time that I had it when I was playing tennis, and I was playing like very local competitions, you know, in the surrounding suburbs. But the times that I had, it was like every shot was working, and there were shots that I would never normally make. There was something about it where I was just achieving more than I normally would, and I was actually meeting the challenge. Like things would just seem to work in a way that they hadn't before.
Oh, let me ask it this way. So in tennis, did it feel like you were surprised that you were able to achieve? You saw yourself becoming someone different.
That's right. Yeah, I think there was something about it. It's like, oh, this is like a new level. Yeah.
Right.
That's
But it's
right.
not something for some learning. So learning math, you don't feel that. Well, it's rare. There are some eureka moments, but in general, yeah, something with instruments or with sports is something I find myself surprised about. Oh, so this is me now. And you look at yourself in the mirror and you can play the piano now, or you can do some part of it, or yeah, which I think is a big important part of it, right? So seeing yourself and seeing something different.
Yeah, just looking at the chat as well, like the skill acquisition aspect is really crucial, I think. You have to be getting better at, you know, whether it's a game or an instrument. Yeah, that's just looking at yeah, like it also feels like time has kind of stopped as well. Like that aspect's really quite hard to pinpoint why that happens.
Like the children playing together, is it about skill and mastery, but still they can access the flow state? And I think if you look at really like really basic play, no really like written rules, but still things run and go smoothly forward. And those who are engaged with that play seem to enjoy it. So is it about mastery then at all? Maybe is it a social skill that you need to like read the game or read the play to manage it? But I think that would be a like example that you don't really need to be master or skillful in it. to be accessing the flow. It's like unwritten.
I'm just
feel
looking
like it.
from Oki that talks about mastering the randomness. That's what flow might be, mastering the randomness.
Mm.
Very
Right.
interesting.
Progressively assimilating, learning the right. So I wonder how Somaya-san, how do you feel about this conversation about learning, because it goes a bit against at least part of what you started with in your talk.
Yes. Sorry. Before I talk, please let me know the flow state. Flow state is a kind of a meditational state. I don't know. Please let me please tell me the flow state and there are some relations between game and play and flow state. Are there any relation between play and flow state? Flow state is a kind of meditational state. No.
I think it can be flow can be achieved through meditation, but not necessarily, right? Flow state is just when you are fully immersed in the present, and in a sense, time is suspended. You're just sort of kind of in the zone, you say, also, like when you're playing sports and you're in the zone.
A state of phenomenological epoche.
In a sense, in a sense, I think.
Wow, I think so too, but I think that's I don't know if everybody would agree. I really like that. I usually say that.
That is my
I
interpretation.
was very surprised that you would say that. Yes, I think so.
That's the way I understand it, but yeah.
So, and my question is, does play or play behavior need fun or flow state or something mindfulness?
Does it need it, right? Yeah.
Does it need?
Does it? Yeah, I don't think so. But how do people feel? It helps, maybe.
So like how you show engagement. And that mindfulness, and the engagement is really important. Like if you see that others are not engaged in that, why you should invest also in that.
Yeah, I added the guy who came up with the flow theory. I think it's pronounced Csikszentmihalyi or something like that. It's a really long name. I think he's Hungarian. He had this work, Flow, the Psychology of Optimal Experience. That's his major work on flow. But he published a few books related to flow, I think.
Yeah, I have heard the Csikszentmihalyi. I think Csikszentmihalyi's book. And yeah, and I understood that the flow experience occurs when the difficulty level of the activity is just light, just modified. So I think flow happens when there is a perfect balance between what the subject can control and what subject cannot control. So yeah, I think that so I think play experience is not necessarily always a full experience, but if the task or play is well designed and well modified according to the skill of players, yeah, play experience can be emerged as a pro. And yeah, I think it's difficult to say, sometimes difficult to say that flow can be used for more efficient learning or efficient skill acquisitions, because according to Csikszentmihalyi, flow is something like voluntarily aim to achieve, but rather it is like naturally happens when the difficulty level of task is well modified. So yeah, I think that's the idea.
I have a question about something we mentioned earlier, which is, so in various talks, I'll say it with my words. I can't remember which talk it was. Make believe, right? So the play, when we were 4, 6 years old, maybe we pretended we were an astronaut, and immediately we were an astronaut. And maybe it was in your talk, Kiske. Is there something special about before you get into a game to first believe, to first have so you could play the game sitting where you are, right, in a non-immersive way. Does it make so it seems like it makes a difference that you believe you are in, and then all of a sudden the experience is way more intense from the beginning. But if you don't make that jump, and so that's something that in hypnosis is called the induction. You can do induction-less hypnosis, but then it takes a long time. Just the induction is really a sort of catalysis of being immersed and having all of the niceness of flow states and all the things we talked about. So, but there's a belief thing, right? So that,
I think that I talked about this metaphorical versus literal dynamical mode of the communication, and I think this is kind of like bracketing things. It's not just directly experience here and now. We're just bracketing thing. So I think hypnosis, so like putting yourself in a different situation. Sometimes related the phrase also somehow you just need to isolate things like game setting, just a little bit detaching from your own reality. So I feel this metaphorical, I don't know, I just mentioned this as a kind of way of analyzing the language, linguistic way. But yeah, it's language. Sometimes people use the language is not only describing what's happening just now, but we can actually refer to the past or the future. So I think that's all kind of related with media technology. Like a VR is also, I've been working on a different type of VR, like putting people in like false belief state, or even you're not watching things there. We can create some kind of like false belief for people as if they are actually there. So
right.
Yeah, I think this bracketing is kind of another key for like praying. Where is it? Because otherwise it's just all continuous, and we cannot make a what's called distinction from things. Like sometimes we need to be serious about, like we cannot play when you are like actual fatal situation, isn't it? If you're under fire, you cannot play, so you just need to some kind of safe zone.
Right.
Mhm.
So yeah, to me this is kind of bracketing.
I was thinking the bracketing, like, it's interesting because this discussion is more about like internal, like how you prep yourself, how you prepare yourself, how you mentally, what's the
Yeah.
model that you will be using. But I have always think about the maybe our focus is too much in the interaction, because I was talking, I think always this bracketing is socially wording. Like I'm now an astronaut. Will you be also astronaut? Like thinking out loud, explaining what will happen, so people can then interact with you. Or I'm a rock. Then you understand why I'm like lying on the ground. So, but I think it's vice versa. So you are prepping yourself. You're mentally imagining the role, like going to the role, but also you are giving room for others to interact with you, so they know like why you are behaving like that and how you expect that you are played with.
I have a question to Keisuke. So yeah, I think a lot of like VR is a way to induce these kind of like immersive states, right? But and then you mentioned earlier that when we use things like technology, we have a sense that this is like fake, or in a sense it's not reality. But once we really kind of get immersed in VR, there is a kind of danger of forgetting that this is actually fake, right? So you did say that bracketing is important. Bracketing reality is important, but I've been wondering whether like we can use VR, for example, to cultivate a sense of detachment. So sense of like kind of awareness that this is, in a sense, we're trying to simulate real or something very realistic, but at the same time, still like making us aware that this is not real. Is there
Yeah, I
a
think
way
that-
to kind of,
Yeah, I think it's scary, and sometimes it's really important to make that kind of distinction. For example, people use VR for like exposure therapy for like snake phobia, spider phobia. So in that case, like they must know the things there is not the real, because so just exposed to the like same stimuli, which scares them many times, and it's just start feeling better. So in that case, yeah, distinction between the reality and stimuli must be, yeah, it's really important. But maybe some other case, I don't know. I feel like the definition of play, you must realize this is not real. So otherwise, it's just too. I mean, I want as a like a VR researcher, I want to make the experience as real as possible. But I know that's because I'm really interested in like a psychiatric condition that people cannot distinguish reality from like false belief or some kind of delusion. So my research question is always trying to make something indistinguishable from reality. But yeah, from the other point of view, of course, ethically, maybe it's not a very good idea. I feel even like a video game is getting so realistic. I think still people trying to go to adventure, because I feel sometimes people just love as uncertainty, including your like own risk of life. Climbing up the mountain. Maybe you can do this with really realistic VR environment, but I don't think it's fun enough for people actually climbing the mountain, because I feel there's just additional stuff like some kind of contingency involved. It's actually happening in your real life. It's actually, it might actually take your life. And I don't know, it's maybe more like a dopaminogenic, you know, people actually are also having fun to take risks. So I just wonder, you know, like this aspect of the play sometimes it's really dangerous. I think it's connecting to the like a drug stuff, you know, people playing with the recreational use of drug, but sometimes it's just getting too much because they cannot distinguish between real life and you know, induced experience. So sorry, it's just going somewhere. But yeah.
Yeah. It's important to be able to. Yeah.
Setting with VR and especially breaking the immersion in data gathering situation. I think it's like important to note that there's levels that like false belief happens in many levels. So like I have had a lot of people tripping in the wall, leaning towards cabinets that are not there, dropping the controllers on the table, like really believing that they are there, but still they know that they are not there, and like.
Yeah,
like, I think the levels that's also something to remind that like there are so many different levels that we might like immerse. We know that this is bracketed from reality, this is separated, but still the behavioral really kicks in. Even though we would like to separate these, they start to mix in when we behave in that. So I think that maybe the embodied and like this whole, like wholeness would be the like not just to see mind as a separate thing, but also see it as a like body as a whole would be the way to address that one.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think the bodily interaction is really important to make people feel really being there. Like, sometimes it's just trick yourself. Like even as you said, there's a different layers of the belief of reality. Even you don't like when I try this kind of VR, I'm standing on the top of the building with like a plank of wood, like touching in the toe. It's really I of course know this is virtual reality, but it just doesn't matter. I like start sweating like what's called like vertigo, no acrophobia experience. It doesn't really matter. It's just that I felt edge of the like building on my toe. It's just so realistic. So sometimes sensation actually hacking your belief.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive to those. I remember when I was a bit younger, maybe half my age. I played a bunch of first perspective video games, but I wasn't used to them quite yet. And I fell several times off my chair because I was, as my character was moving, I didn't notice, but I was moving with my character, rolling away, and it was just very, you know, like. It must have been more than 20 years ago. The graphics were not really good.
Yeah, really
but and yet I was really immersed in that and in the movements. It's it can be you can really immerse yourself with something rather simple.
What we can transfer from, because VR is really heavily immersive system. So how does that translate to where we started, like the make believe or playing pretend, like Olaf started? So like how much we can use actually our mind and like immersive storytelling to do it, and how much we need like stimulus to actually have that. Are those completely parallel or are those separate phenomena?
Mm-hmm. In any case, it seems like there needs to be a willingness on the part of the participant to the willingness to believe, right? Like hypnosis, without this willingness, wouldn't it be very difficult to get the person really involved, immersed?
That's right. So just you sort of reciting that or reiterating, where is it, uttering out loud this as a mantra that yes, something will happen, does make it cognitively more likely to happen, right? There's a bunch of effects like that that are related to placebo and so on, that are very powerful. And yeah, this might be one of those. Just to be more immersed, saying that you will be definitely changes something. And you can do much more than saying you will be, right? So there, I think there are gradations of mind tricks, basically. Like you can trick GPT to behave differently by hacking it. I think you can hack a human mind, and calling it hacking would be maybe an overstatement. There are many things that we already know from different practices that are millions of okay, so at least it's a few millennia old, but probably more. There's this, there are tricks. Hypnosis works, on animals, like, and this trick that you can do. What is it, like reversing the chicken, and doing the finger trick, like, things like that work on. Apparently, I just learned that a couple of months ago. They work on grasshoppers. How much sense does that make? So there's some very profound mechanisms of, I would say, play, and at the very least, games of predictability and world embedding for many forms of life.
How did you find that out?
Lizards, amazing. I spoke to biologists.
Interesting.
Oh my God! So I see Alice has tried it themselves. That's good. Yeah.
He's a scientist.
Because the scientist way, I guess.
Scientific way, yes. Good. Well, we're just about time, actually. So maybe it's time to wrap up. Well, thank you all for a very lively and fun and playful discussion. I think it was, it's great that we were able to have this workshop. I think it makes a lot of sense of that in order to understand play, we need to bring in different perspectives, different approaches, so that this kind of interdisciplinary approach, I think, is extremely effective. I do want to mention, so I think it would be a shame if we just end here. If we can get something out of this, that would be wonderful. So Olaf and I were just talking about how we could do a special issue on the Cross Labs journal called IMI, I think. Is that right, Olaf?
That's correct.
Yes, so they have a journal, and we could have a special issue on play, and we can submit, I think. So Olaf, you'll have to give us a bit more details about, how long these articles need to be and so on and so forth. But it seems like it's pretty flexible.
Yeah, it's pretty flexible for special issues.
Yeah. So that's one thing for the speakers. And also I don't want to make this the last, the just a one-off event. I think it would be nice to make it into a series of events. So we hope to hold another workshop at some point regarding play, and so that we can explore a bit further and go a bit deeper into various different aspects of play. I think today we discovered that there are various different aspects, all related, but still somewhat different. So I think it would be nice to even just zoom in on one of the aspects perhaps and go a bit deeper into that. Might be nice. Yeah, I think that would be it from my side. Miyazaki-san, do you have anything you would like to say?
Not especially, but yeah, thank you for nice excellent talk of everyone. So yeah, I have a lot of new knowledge today. So yeah, I will keep trying to find out what is play in the future. So yeah, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll for the speakers, we'll follow up with you regarding the special issue. Thank you all for all the speakers. Thank you to all of us who also joined here on Zoom and also on YouTube. And again, this will be uploaded. The recordings will be uploaded on the Cross Labs channel as well as the Chain YouTube channel. So thank you again, everyone. Last words, anyone? It's fine.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
really fun.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's fine.
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.